sounds good and clean. Okay. All right, I'm coming up on 44 right now, right? Okay. All right, and if you want, text me for those top of the hour IDs. I'll try to lay out as soon as I can if I see those. Okay, and you guys are just doing the first game, I heard.
Advance, I'd like to remind you that tonight's Bark in the Park night here at Bethpage Ballpark is brought to you by Atlanta Coast Veterinary Specialists. You can find some information tables set up by Atlanta Coast
you know what,
at
it'll
the
be a
end
little
of the
quicker
left
because
field concourse.
it'll be very
If you
quick.
have a question about how to keep your dog healthy, they can give you the answer to that all-important question as Atlanta Coast Veterinary Specialists located at 3250 Bex Highway in Bohemia.
David and I'll do a quick little wrap. We'll talk about the highlights and then the player of the game, and then we'll get the heck out. Okay. All right, 20 seconds. You want to fade it slow? I'll tell you. Do about a 5-second fade. Go.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay.
This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Justin Davies at the plate, the winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on, bouncing ball left side, off the mitt, up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. The Ducks are one flag away from the championship. Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Lions bunts up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play, and the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. Going back is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch. Adam Bailey makes the catch, and for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks Northwell Health Southside Hospital pregame show.
Live from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, it's time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. And tonight the Long Island Ducks take on their cross-sound rivals, the Bridgeport Bluefish, in a double dip of baseball action here tonight, a twin bill, a pair of 7-inning contests. Well, hello again, everyone. This is Chris King, joined by David Weiss. We thank you so much for tuning into Ducks baseball tonight around the world at liducks.com and youtube.com/ducksbaseball. And, of course, on the radio side, it's our game of the week right here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, weather, and Ducks baseball, 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, David, we think Hermine has finally moved out of the way. It caused the cancellation of last night's game between these two teams. And the good news is we get a pair of games here tonight, both 7 innings in length, and the first of those two will be Bark in the Park night, so your favorite canine can come along and enjoy the game tonight here in Central Islip.
And you just know, Chris, that I've got canine-oriented nicknames for every Long Island Duck, starting with Kevin Beagle Baez, who will lead his team into battle here tonight. To say this game is more important to Bridgeport than it is to Long Island is an understatement. Bridgeport still has a shot at the second-half crown. The Ducks already have a playoff ticket in their back pocket.
Well, again, the Bluefish won the opening game of this 4-game series Monday afternoon, a Labor Day matinee 3-1. Ducks will look to bounce back in this first of two tonight with righty Bobby Blevins on the hill. He'll be opposed by righty David Kubiak, a Riverhead native from Long Island, pitching for the Bluefish in the opener. Well, it has been quite the season for the Long Island Ducks. As David alluded to, they've already clinched their playoff spot by winning the first-half title, going 40-30 to take the Liberty Division in the first half. So when we come back, we'll take a listen back to some of the many highlights already this season that have happened, particularly here at home, where the Ducks have been one of the best teams in the Atlantic League. So some of the season highlights when we return to Central Islip.
Hey fans, this is Kevin Baez, manager of the Long Island Ducks, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Northwell Health Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and Northwell Health Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at northwell.edu.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Chris King and David Weiss back at Bethpage Ballpark. Beautiful evening for baseball and a double dip, a pair of 7-inning games between the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish. Well, again, the Ducks are in the postseason. They will play September baseball come mid-month, and the playoffs will begin on the road. And then the Ducks will have, again, a possibility of 3 games at home in the opening round and the same in the championship round if they get there. So it's been another incredible season for Long Island. They're 17th in the Atlantic League. And during this final homestand, we thought it would be fitting to take a look and a listen back at some of the many highlights. We'll start you out on June the 14th here at the ballpark. Ducks against the New Britain Bees. Enjoy. And here a rip to right field deep, though back towards the wall is Krause looking up, and that ball is gone! Ruben Gotay, a solo homer, his 3rd of the season. He's homered in back-to-back games. The Ducks are on the board, and they trail it 2-1. Steps on third, gets the low 5 there from Kevin Baez, makes his way to the plate, and the former New York Met has cut the New Britain lead in half with 1 swing of the bat.
And next one is hit a long way, right field. Going back is Michael Krause. He is looking up. And that one, on a June evening, a popular month for weddings. Here comes some fun. Dan Johnson just hit a home run. Down the aisle and around the bases. Dearly beloved, we're all done. The ball is way out there. Time for the catered affair. Home run number 1, Dan Johnson. Ducks lead 4-3.
Blackmar is 0-1. Ripped to short. Wessinger went up this time, couldn't get it. Into left field, they're going to send Jones. Here's the throw by Vega at the plate. Oh, what a strike! Anthony Vega guns him down with a perfect one-hop throw to Mike Dowd, the catcher, who applies the tag. And John Jones out at the plate to end the inning and keep it a 1-0 game. Rips it deep to right field. Anthony Hewitt going back at the track, at the wall, leaps up. It's gone! A 2-run homer to right center for Dan Johnson, and that gives Long Island their first lead of the night. It's 3-1 Ducks here in the bottom of the 8th. Steps on third, gets the low 5 from Kevin Baez, makes his way to the plate. Dan Johnson now with 2 homers in 3 games as a Duck, and the flock is out in front for the first time all evening. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, he struck him out. Todd Coffey strikes out the side. The Ducks have themselves a 3-1 victory, and they sweep away the New Britain Bees here in Central Islip. Well hit to left field deep. Back toward the track goes Marte. Forget it, it's gone! A 2-run blast to left for Matt Wessinger. And that's going to pull Long Island within 1. It's an 8-7 game. For Wessinger, his first home run as a Duck, gets the low 5 from Kevin Baez at third, steps on the plate, and with 1 swing of the bat, Long Island's within 1.
And the payoff pitch is on the way. There's the call, strike 3. And as Independence Day weekend begins at Bethpage Ballpark, the Ducks come back to win the ball game. What a win for all the fans. Feeling sky high on the 1st of July. They're going nuts in the stands. Everyone here is smiling all across Long Island. These are our Suffolk County boys. Ducks win! Ducks win!
2-1. Well hit to left field. Jeremy Barfield heading back toward the track, near the wall, looks up, and that ball is gone! A 2-run homer to left for Dan Lyons, his 5th of the season. A fireworks light the Central Islip sky, and the Ducks have their first lead of the night. It's 2-1 Long Island. Steps on the plate. There's Cody Puckett for the high 5, and the Ducks go from a run down to a run up on 1 swing of Lyons' bat. The pitch. A called 3rd strike. Todd Coffey fans Albert Cordero, and the Long Island Ducks win won. They are the first half Liberty Division champions in 2016, and there will be postseason baseball on Long Island for the 11th time in the last 13 years. And in the process, John Brownell picks up the victory. 41 career wins now. He is the winningest pitcher in franchise history. What a night for the flock as the fireworks light the night sky here in Central Islip.
And the pitch on the way, and there's a tapper. This could do it. There's Dan Lyons. The throw across is in time. In the summertime when the temperature's high, the Ducks will win. Give me a high five. If your daddy's here, he can have a knish. If your family's here, fry the bluefish. Ducks win. Ducks win. Ducks beat the fish. Ducks win.
The pitch. Well hit to right field. Dotel going back at the track, looks up, and that ball is gone! A game-winning grand slam for Tyler Colvin, and they are pouring out of the dugout to meet him at home plate. He will leap into the pile, and the celebration is on as the Ducks have their fourth waddle-off win of the season. They win it 8-4 here tonight. Oh my! Lyons launches it deep to left. Lamonta back at the track. Gone.
Lions and homers and ribbies, oh my. Lions and homers and ribbies, oh my. We're off to run the bases. Then Lyons just hit a home run. He hit the ball right over the wall. Dan Lyons just hit a home run. If ever there was a Long Island Duck who brought us some luck, it's Danny the Duck. Because Danny is a wonderful duck. We're up to run the bases. Dan Lyons just hit a home run. Danny clicks and spikes 3 times and says, there's no place like home plate. There's no place like home plate. Toto, I don't think that ball's in Central Islip anymore. Dan Lyons, home run. 1-1 pitch on the way, and he smokes it. Left center field. Going way back is Johan Lamonta. He is looking up. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the convention floor. Mr. Chairman, the wonderful community of Central Islip, home of the Long Island Ducks, casts its run-scoring vote for home run hitter Anthony Vega and the next Suffolk County executive. Ducks trail 4-2. 1-1 pitch. There's a ground ball. Hit the third baseman, Haig. Over to second one. Back to first. It is in time. And this ball game is over. Dan Lyons hits into a double play. The Ducks almost made this Christmas in July. I'm dreaming of another Ducks win. With every single game they play, it may not be snowing, but those quackers are blowing. Although it didn't quite work out today. Ducks lose 4-3.
Well, there you have it. Some of David and ours favorite highlights from the season. David, I think you outdid yourself this year with some of those incredible parodies and songs, and I know you've got a lot up your sleeve tonight for Bark in the Park night, but I think my favorite moment in there was our combo home run call, where I started off the Dan Lyons home run, and you've been waiting many, many years to get that Wizard of Oz home run call in. Would you agree?
As a longtime voice of the New York Islanders, yes, I got the goal, but you got a very big assist on that one. And my favorite call of the entire season, not one of my idiotic calls, it was the Tyler Colvin walk-off grand slam, where you said gone to the point where every windshield in the parking lot cracked. But we've had a lot of highlights and many more to come because we've got playoff baseball on the horizon.
All right, chances to add to that highlight reel tonight with a pair of games, and when we come back, a closer look at the pitching matchup. For Game 1 tonight, righty Bobby Blevins for Long Island against fellow righty David Kubiak for the Bluefish.
Hey fans, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
Northwell Health Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and Northwell Health Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at northwell.edu.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Chris King and David Weiss back at Bethpage Ballpark before tonight's twin bill between the Long Island Ducks and the Bridgeport Bluefish. Again, the Ducks enter at 25-32 in the second half. They are currently last in the Liberty Division, 7 games back of the first-place Somerset Patriots. But as David alluded to, what a battle for the other 3 Liberty Division teams to see who will play the Ducks in the opening round of the playoffs. Again, the Patriots on top. The Bluefish are 29-28, just 3 back, and New Britain 29-29, 3.5 games back. So it's going to be a fight down to the finish with 13 games remaining in the regular season for Long Island. So Bobby Blevins on the hill for the Ducks. He's had a hard luck season, 2-10 with a 5.66 ERA. He'll be countered by Long Islander David Kubiak for the Bluefish, 6-4 with a 3.45 earned run average. And David, you talked a little bit about it. It is certainly more important to the Bluefish, who are trying to catch the Patriots so they can play the Ducks in the first round of the playoffs. But for Long Island, with just those 13 games to go, they need to get back on track and start playing a little better baseball before the playoffs arrive, so they're, again, back in their groove when they'll face one of those 3 teams in a best-of-5.
Winning 40 out of the 70 games in the first half assured the Ducks of a playoff berth, and I think something that's easy to forget because the Ducks have gone 7-20 over the last 27 games. But the Ducks at one point in the second half were 18-12. Yep. And then you had a couple of injuries, and then major league teams came calling, and a couple of key players got plucked away. You are the victim of your own success in the Atlantic League. We've seen that year after year. So the Ducks, at this point, just trying to right the ship and go into the playoffs on a positive note, while those other 3 teams that you mentioned, those aforementioned teams, the Somerset Patriots, Bridgeport Bluefish, New Britain Bees, beat each other up trying to make the playoffs.
Well, the Ducks have taken the field. That means we'll take one more break. And when we come back, the starting lineup and the first pitch of tonight's first game of this doubleheader.
Hey, fans, this is pitcher Patrick Kreider, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Northwell Health Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and Northwell Health Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at northwell.edu.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season. And with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
And the Rockets reclaim the bombs bursting in their game proof through the night. That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land
national anthem performed by Morrell Brown, putting his unique and very heartfelt spin on the Star-Spangled Banner. Just about ready for baseball here on Bark in the Park night. Much more about that during the broadcast, of course. Chris King now takes a look at our starting lineups for the first of two here at Bethpage Ballpark.
All right, first, David, for the Bluefish, as managed by the former Long Island Duck, the Machete, Luis Rodriguez. Again, they come in 29-28, second in the Liberty Division, 3 games back of the first-place Somerset Patriots. Luis Hernandez will lead it off at shortstop. Endy Chavez, the former Met, and the league's leading hitter, will bat second in center field. Wellington Dotel, the 3-man in right, and Sean Burrows, the former Duck, will swing cleanup at first base. Jose Cuevas is the third baseman batting fifth. Geraldo Valentin in left field, the newcomer, will make his Bluefish debut and bat sixth. Jonathan Galvez is the DH and 7-man. Luis Rodriguez at second base bats eighth, and Alex Marquez will catch and hit ninth. All that in support of the right-hander David Kubiak, who on the season comes in with a 6-4 record and a 3.45 earned run average. For the Ducks, again, they're 25-32 right now, last in the Liberty Division, 7 games back of the first-place Pats, but again, they won the Liberty in the first half and have clinched their playoff spot. Anthony Vega leads it off in left, Phelan Lentini, the 2-man in right, Delta Cleary hits third in center. Lou Ford back in the lineup, he'll DH and hit cleanup. Cody Puckett at third base bats fifth. Dan Lyons in the 6th hole is the shortstop. Ruben Gotay at second base hits seventh. Tyler Colvin at first base swings eighth. And batting ninth and catching is Mike Dowd. And on the hill right now, going through his warm-ups, the 31-year-old right-hander from Briarcliff, New York, 6 foot tall, 200-pound Bobby Blevins, making his 22nd appearance of the year and his 21st start. A tough 2-10 record for Bobby and a 5.66 earned run average. So, David, we were rained out yesterday. That's why we have a twin bill tonight, a pair of 7-inning games. The Bluefish won the opener of this 4-game series Monday afternoon in a Labor Day matinee, 3-1, limiting the Ducks to just 3 base hits.
And certainly the Bluefish would love to take the first game with the possibility of taking 2, which would go a long way toward trying to catch the Somerset Patriots in the second half for the Liberty Division title. So Bobby Blevins on the mound with that 2-10 record, 5.67 ERA, as Chris mentioned. However, he can be much, much tougher than that. Statistics don't always tell the full story. For Bridgeport, it'll be Luis Hernandez, the shortstop leading off, batting from the left side. Gets the righty Bobby Blevins, and at about 6:06 in the evening, first pitch right down Carlton Avenue for a strike, 0-1.
Transportation services start time of the ball game is 6:06.
6:06, as we said, and my guess for the temperature, boy, it's a humid, I say 76. That's my guess. I think it was 80 just a few minutes ago, but we've dropped a few degrees. Next pitch is hit in the air, and that is playable left side. Dan Lyons is calling everybody off. Just on the outfield grass, makes the catch, 1 down.
The official Southern Transportation Services temperature of tonight's ball game, 78 degrees.
Ooh, 78, a little warmer than the 76, I guess, but it really does feel sticky.
Yeah, the humidity has come back, David. And again, we had a brief shower today around the 4 o'clock hour, but after that it's been just fine, and now those clouds have pushed out of the way and sunshine pushing through.
If you're thinking about coming out to the ball game, a single admission twin bill. So there's still room for you, and we got a lot of baseball here tonight. Former New York Met Endy Chavez at the plate, the center fielder, batting from the left side. He's at .342. He is the league's leading hitter. Takes a strike on the outside corner, backdoor breaking pitch. Couple of homers for Endy, 30 RBIs, 4 steals to go along with that, and 46 runs scored. You think Chavez, you think about that snow cone catch up against the left field wall at Shea years ago. And the pitch is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
An unforgettable play in the playoffs, obviously, against the St. Louis Cardinals. And I know for many Met fans, David, it's regarded as the greatest catch ever, although the Mets didn't win the series. So had they won the series, I think it would even hold stronger meaning.
Absolutely. 1-1 pitch on the way is smoked center field, base hit. That one hit hard right over the head of Bobby Blevins. So Chavez, with that .342 average, he'll go up a couple of notches with that base hit to center. First base hit of the game. 1 on, 1 out.
David mentioned you can come on out. It's the first of 2 games tonight, both 7 innings in length, and you can bring your dog tonight.
Yes.
It is Bark in the Park night. We see many pooches down the left field line with their owners. David, it's the coolest thing ever to be able to bring your dog to a baseball game, and tonight you can do that.
A lot of pooches down that left field line. And when we get to the Ducks, we'll get to the canine nicknames. And, of course, I'll be growling the entire game. Wellington Dotel, the right fielder, at the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Dotel with the wide open stance, and there's a swinging bunt that dribbles foul. Picked up by Cody Puckett at third base. No balls and a strike to Dotel. He's at .320 on the season. And among the leaders, in fact, third in hitting in the Atlantic League. 4 homers, has knocked in 40. So with the nicknames, I give you your choice, Chris King. Bobby Kibbles and Bits Blevins, Bobby Bow Wow Blevins, Bobby St. Bernard Blevins, or Bobby Pitbull Blevins.
I like Bow Wow because it just rolls that alliteration of all those B's in a row.
I agree. I like it. Bobby Bow Wow Blevins. On the mound, his next pitch just misses. Hard slider outside. And the count now even at 1 ball and 1 strike with former Duck and the heavy-hitting Sean Burrows in the cleanup spot waiting on deck. Chavez at first base. He is 4 for 5 in the stolen base department, being held on by first baseman Tyler Colvin. Next pitch is foul just to our right upstairs. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to Wellington Dotel.
Well, David, you talked about his wide-open stands. For the folks watching on YouTube.com, they can see it. For the folks on the radio, let's put it this way. His front left foot was almost out of the batter's box. That's how wide open he was swung to face Bobby Blevins. That foot is half out of the box.
And the ball's delivered, and he squares up, and there's a base hit through the whole left side between third and short. So wasn't hit hard, but hit in the right spot. Seeing eye base hit to left for Wellington Dotel. Back-to-back singles for the Bridgeport Bluefish, who have a threat here with 1 out, 2 on in the top of the first. So here comes the former Long Island Duck, Sean Burrows, to the plate. Burrows playing in his 32nd game with the Bridgeport Bluefish and is hitting an even 400.
Incredible,
not bad.
right?
No.
Incredible.
He hits in his sleep. He hits coming off the bus.
And again, last year he was traded from the Bluefish to the Ducks, finished the season with Long Island, and won the batting title. So here he goes again, having an unbelievable run like he did for Long Island to finish last year.
Slightly open stance that we remember from the left side. Spinning on the mound was Blevins, but no throw to second base with Andy Chavez scrambling back. So Chavez at second base, Dotel at first with 1 out. Here on the top of the first of 2 here at Bethpage Ballpark here tonight. Burrows at the plate, and the pitch is stroked to center field. Coming in hard is Delta Cleary Jr. and makes the catch on the run. For the second out as the runners retreat to their respective bases. Burrows played in 42 games with the Ducks this season. 281, 9 homers, 18 scored, and traded to the Bridgeport Bluefish midway through the 2015 campaign last year, and then returning to the Bridgeport Bluefish, where he has racked up that 400 average, but now just a notch or 2 below.
Yeah, Ducks traded him, David, when they needed some pitching. They got DJ Mitchell back. The problem was Mitchell pitched just 2 games for Long Island before being hurt, and he hasn't pitched since.
So it brings up Jose Cuevas, the third baseman for the Bluefish, and the 5th spot on the order. From the right side against the right-hander Bobby Blevins, who comes set, checks the runners, and a pitch on the way. High strike called. 0-1. Umpires here tonight. Fred DeJesus behind the plate. Warren Nicholson at first base. And J.B. Torres is the third base umpire, who is now stationed closer to second base with the right-handed hitting Jose Cuevas at the plate. 0-1 the count as Blevins checks in with Mike Dowd. Takes a long look on the 0-1. Inside corner. Good fastball 0-2. Cuevas on the season is at 272, 9 homers, 57 RBIs. Long Island Ducks for most of this season, number 1 offensively as a team until the last 20, 30 games or so when the Ducks have been in something of a tailspin. The Bluefish now are number 2 in hitting in the Atlantic League with a collective 275 average. 0-2 pitch, slider misses. 1-2.
Yeah, both teams, David, trying to get back on track. The Ducks have lost 5 of 6. The Bluefish have lost 4 of their last 6. And again, Long Island's problem has been runs. They've only scored 2 or less runs in all 5 of those losses, so haven't scored more than 2 in those losses.
1-2 pitch to Cuevas, and he hits it in the air. Center field, Delta Cleary Jr. is going to give way to second baseman Ruben Gotay. I need new glasses. Gotay then makes the catch at second base to retire this side. So that will do it. A threat by the Bluefish, but they push nothing across. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. We finish top of the first. Go to the bottom of inning 1 at Bethpage Ballpark. The score, Bridgeport nothing. Ducks coming up.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and bench coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Oh, I love it. The color of my new Nicolette patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolak pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolak's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolak. Visit Nicolak.com.
Pave your way.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark.
Back at Bethpage Ballpark, David Weiss and the Kinger, Chris King. First of a twin bill, a single admission doubleheader, both games 7 innings each, barring extra innings. And Anthony Vega is at the plate, and he takes a strike from Long Islander David Kubiak, product of SUNY Albany and Riverhead out to the east end. Vega's next pitch, and he swings and misses through the Kubiak fastball. It's 0-2. Bark in the Park night with 1,500 dog balls distributed to the first 1,500 fans, along with all the pooches here. So it's Anthony Airedale Vega at the plate, the first of many canine-oriented nicknames for the Ducks here tonight. 0-2. The pitch is just off the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Airedale.
You got to figure Kubiak has some good support here in the ballpark, David. You talked about Riverhead is his home, and he was born in Southold up on the North Fork on the east end.
And the 1-2 to Vega, swing and a miss. So Anthony Vega goes down swinging for a strikeout for David Kubiak. Vega came into the game at 245, 9 homers, 39 RBIs, and 21 steals. He's been extremely productive in that leadoff spot in the order.
Yeah, strikeouts, though, obviously been the problem, though, David, for Vega. That is his league-leading 135th time he's gone down on strikes now.
And considering what Phelan Lantini can do in any spot in the order, he seems more suited for that number 2 position because of the power and the electrifying talent. And Lantini, one of the possibilities for Player of the Year in the Atlantic League. And he's at .313, 9 homers, 67 RBIs, 44 steals, and 49 attempts. The 0-1 pitch to Lantini catches the outside corner. So David Kubiak out in front quickly on Phelan Lantini 0-2, or should we say Phelan Labrador Lantini, here tonight on Bark in the Park.
I love the Labradors, my favorite.
Me too. 0-2 pitch, and he smacks one. Right field, Wellington Dotel hardly has to move, just back a couple of steps, now comes in and makes the catch.
Well, David, the Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to prevent the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Each time a Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. Sorry about that.
No problem, Delta Cleary Jr.
Don't bark at me, please.
I'll start growling. If I take your hem of your pants, there'll be nothing left. Delta Cleary Jr. at the plate, and he takes outside for a ball. Delta at .317. He is 5th in hitting in the Atlantic League coming into the doubleheader tonight. 2 homers, 46 RBIs. For the purpose of the game tonight, it is Delta Border Collie Cleary Jr., center fielder for the Ducks, who is now ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes, as Kubiak kicks and deals to the left-handed swinging Delta, and he rips one toward the gap. Wellington Dotel is going over. He can't get it. Falls to his right. Delta is streaking to second base, and the throw, the slide. Delta is gunned down. A good throw by Wellington Dotel in right center field. Delta was busting it, but thrown out on the slide, trying to stretch a single into a double. So in the inning for the Long Island Ducks, no runs, a hit, nobody left with Delta thrown out at second base. We have finished 1 here at Bethpage Ballpark, and we're scoreless. The Bluefish nothing, the Ducks nothing.
Hey fans, this is right-handed pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Municipal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of the Long Island Ducks. For 100 years, MCU has helped New Yorkers achieve their goals with competitive financial products and services. Meet your important or unexpected needs with an MCU personal loan. Whether it's the cost of moving, a family vacation, or even home repairs, an MCU personal loan is a simple solution. To learn more about how an MCU personal loan can work for you, visit nymcu.org today. MCU, celebrating 100 years of service.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Well, the Ducks Health Report is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. 3 pitchers still down for Long Island: DJ Mitchell, Dustin Richardson, and Scott Schumann. Again, Mitchell with the oblique, Richardson and Schumann with lat strains, and Mark Minikazi still out with that ankle injury. And Kevin Baez also telling me that closer Todd Coffey tweaked his back a little bit, David, so he will not be available for either one of these 2 games. That means Amalio Diaz, who's normally the setup man, will close if that situation arrives in either of these 2 games tonight in the doubleheader.
Certainly a concern as the playoffs are just, a couple of weeks away, so hopefully Coffey gets back on track for the Ducks as they try to enter the playoffs on an upbeat note, despite their troubles recently. Geraldo Valentin making his debut for the Bridgeport Bluefish at the plate right now. Stands right up on the plate, stands straight up and down, slightly open stance from the right side against the righty, Bobby Blevins. Here at the top of the second, strike from Bow Wow Blevins on Bark in the Park night, 0-1 to Valentin. Scoreless, top of inning 2 at Bethpage Ballpark. Or tonight, of course, Bethpage Ball Bark. 0-1 pitch on the way is hit a mile high to the right side. Going out is Ruben Gotay, but gives way to right fielder Phelan Lantini, who makes the catch for the first out here in the top of inning 2.
How about the way that first inning ended, though, David? What a throw from Wellington Dotel deep in right center field on the fly into the shortstop, who applied the tag, Luis Hernandez. And, boy, Delta Cleary Jr. can fly, and I didn't think there was any way they were going to prevent him from getting a double, but they did to end the inning with that great throw from Dotel.
Yeah, that was hit to the gap, but it didn't reach the warning track. It was cut off very nice by Dotel, and as you said, made that great throw. Jonathan Galvez, the DH for the Bluefish, takes a fastball wide. 1 ball and no strikes to Galvez. He's at .288 on the season, 9 homers, 47 RBIs, has scored 49 runs, stolen 9 bases as well. Galvez, 7th in the order for the Bluefish, as he smokes one to left field. Coming in hard is Anthony Vega, drives, and he makes the catch! Anthony Vega with a shoestring diving catch in left, a web gem, 2 away.
Absolutely incredible, David. All out, laying out the body as he dives in toward the infield. Somehow made the catch, did a somersault, and held onto the ball. So you called it, our first web gem of the night here by Vega to rob Galvez of a hit.
Beautiful catch, gets by Vega, and Galvez with his speed is probably standing on third. Luis Rodriguez, the second baseman for the Bluefish, fouls one straight back, batting from the left side. Not to be confused with the machete. One of the great all-time Long Island Ducks, the only man ever to hit a cycle for the Ducks, who is now managing the Bridgeport Bluefish, also Luis Rodriguez. 0-1 pitch to this Luis. There's a ground ball foul down the right field line. No balls and 2 strikes to Rodriguez at .248, a homer, and 17 RBIs.
It was a lot more confusing a year ago when the Machete was a player coach, because then we'd have 2 Luis Rodriguez's in the same game. And he actually told me earlier this year, David, one of the reasons they use that nickname, the Machete, so much is throughout his career, he's been on many teams that have had other Luis Rodriguez's. So it was an easy way to say, who are you talking about? No, talk about Machete.
And by the way, the manager and the player, both Luis Rodriguez's, both have middle names that start with A. So it's even more confusing. Next pitch on the way is a fastball well high and away. A ball and 2 strikes to Rodriguez. Alex Marquez, the catcher, is waiting on deck. We are scoreless, top of the second. Here at Bridgeport at Bethpage Ballpark, where we have a twin bill for you tonight. A single admission doubleheader, each game 7 innings, barring extra innings, of course. And the next pitch just missing. Down and low, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Rodriguez.
Luis Rodriguez got that nickname Machete for the way he could cut down runners with that strong arm of his as a career catcher.
2-2 pitch, ground ball foul to the right side. So that count remains 2-2, and Rodriguez had an absolute gun. You close your eyes, you can just see him cutting down runners right and left. I mean, extremely athletic, very fast for a catcher. He was fast, period.
Yep.
So just an all-around wonderful athlete, which led to that cycle on that memorable night.
A member of the Ducks championship team of 2004 was Luis Rodriguez.
Bobby Blevins shaking off a couple of offerings from catcher Mike Dowd. Now the 2-2 on the way, just missing. Boy, he hit the mitt, hit the target, but it was just off the plate. Count full to Rodriguez, 3-2. So the crowd settling back for what will be a wonderful evening of baseball. At least 14 innings worth. And this one is stroked by Rodriguez over the head of second baseman Ruben Gotay to right center field. Picking it up quickly is Delta Cleary Jr. He actually fell out there, but no further advance by Rodriguez. Delta seems okay, but slid a bit and trying to cut that ball off quickly. Now just trying to walk it off. Hopefully no damage done as Rodriguez with the third hit for Bridgeport, their third single. 1 on, 2 out here in the second.
I think we'll see the park fill up a little bit more too, David, as we pass 6:35, which was the original start time scheduled for tonight before the rain out yesterday. That pushed the start time a half hour early to get 2 games in rather than 1.
So it was Alex Marquez, the catcher for the Bluefish. Right-handed swinging Marquez against the righty Bobby Blevins, who misses inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Marquez at 182, no homers, 2 RBIs, playing in just his 9th game for Bridgeport at the bottom of the order here tonight. Rodriguez aboard. He has just 1 steal on the season and 1 attempt. You can hear the pop of the mitt from here. Good fastball from Blevins, but misses again outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Blevins with his record of 2-10, an ERA of over 5.5, but not indicative of the kind of pitcher he is and has been for the Long Island Ducks. Pitching in hard luck much of this season. 2-0 pitch on the way, and that just misses. Hard slider. And now 3 balls and no strikes to Marquez.
Kevin Baez calls him a bulldog, David, and he was a huge part of both championship teams for the Ducks in 2012 and 2013, winning huge games in the playoffs when it mattered most as he arrived late in those seasons, but was a huge addition for the Ducks pitching staff to lead them to the back-to-back titles.
And pitch on the way, and that misses just outside. A 4-pitch walk to Alex Marquez, and he is aboard now, pushing Luis Rodriguez to second base. So 2 on with 2 out. And back to the top of the order, and Luis Hernandez, who popped out his first time up. So with all those nicknames I came up with for Bobby Blevins, Nibbles and Bits, Bow Wow, St. Bernard Pitbull. How about Bulldog? Let's go with Bobby.
Yeah, there
Bulldog
you go. That's
Blevins.
true. That's true. And he looked so frustrated, David. You give up a single to the 8-hitter, and then you walk the 9-man on 4 pitches. So he stepped off the back of the hill there, composed himself, and now we'll try to end the inning here.
Of course, that makes that great catch by Anthony Vega in left even more important, although that's a conditional assumption to assume that everything would have gone the way it went had Vega not done it. Now the pickoff attempt at second base, very close. Sneaking in behind the runner at second, Luis Rodriguez, was Dan Lyons, streaking over and actually beat Rodriguez to the bag. Spinning was Blevins, and the throw nearly nipped Rodriguez in the pickoff attempt at second.
A great job by the Ducks to execute that, but Rodriguez just got the foot in there before Lyons tagged his leg.
So Blevins coming set. And the pitch to Hernandez, inside corner for a strike. He turned away, but it caught a portion of the plate, 0-1. The dangerous Endy Chavez, league's leading hitter, waiting on deck.
That's why you want to end it here and let Endy lead off an inning with nobody aboard.
So you're saying the Ducks need to put an Endy to this inning.
Oh, very good.
Well, that's you set that one up. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I put it on the tee, and you knocked it out of the park.
We've done that several times this season.
We have.
If you don't put it on the tee, I'm going to whiff. It's all up to you.
I'm still playing T-ball. They haven't graduated me yet.
Oh, I loved T-ball growing up. Live pitching, not so good. 1-1 pitch on the way, and that is a big bouncer to second baseman Gotay. Across the Tyler Colvin at first, no problems, and that will do it. So once again, the Bridgeport Bluefish threaten with a 2-out single, a walk, but nothing across. No runs ahead, 2 left at the end of an inning and a half at Bethpage Ballpark. We remain scoreless. Bluefish nothing, Ducks nothing.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Hey PSEG Long Island customers. Want to learn how to save on your electric bill? Here's one way. You can save up to $100 each year by simply replacing 10 incandescent bulbs with CFL or LED bulbs. Want to save even more? Take our online home energy survey. It's free, it takes just 10 minutes to complete, and it may save you hundreds more. Find out about our energy efficiency programs at www.psegliny.com/save-money.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Well, Duck fans, there's no better time than now to sign up the young Ducks fan in your life for the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Ducks Kids Club. Children 14 and under will receive exciting gifts, discounts on merchandise, and unique experiences that only come with being a member. Sign them up today at liducks.com or by calling 631-940-3825.
So bottom of inning number 2 for the Long Island Ducks. It'll be Lou Ford, Cody Puckett, Dan Lyons, numbers 4, 5, and 6, the heart of the order, against native Long Islander David Kubiak on the mound, who misses inside, against Lou Fido Ford here on Bark in the Park night with fans and pooches in the stands. 1-0 pitch on the way, and Lou hits it a mile high. It's behind home plate. Alex Marquez, the catcher, makes the catch just a few steps away from the netting behind home plate off to the right side. So 1 up, 1 down. Lou Ford fouls out.
Well, the Ducks have 4 sections, David, down that left field line that are reserved for the Pooches, and those are some of the more full sections of the ballpark right now, so lots of folks taking advantage of the opportunity to bring man's best friend out to the ballpark tonight. I can see a couple of tails wagging there in the walkway between the 100 and 200 levels, so great to see so many people taking advantage of this opportunity tonight. Only once a year is Bark in the Park night.
Other minor league teams have done it. The Ducks have done it as well on an annual basis, and it is always a big hit. 1 ball, no strikes to Cody Pitbull Puckett tonight. Cody on the season is a .277, 8 homer, 65 RBIs. Swings and misses through a fastball from Kubiak. 1 ball, 1 strike to Cody. So it's scoreless, bottom of the second. Wind starting to whip toward left field a bit, or in from right, I should say. So it's going to take quite a poke to hit one out, at least at the moment. Heavy air as well. Humid evening. Game time temperature at 78 degrees. It's probably fallen a notch or two since we started. 2 balls and 1 strike to Cody Puckett. Pitch on the way, fouled, out of play to the right side. Count now even. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cody.
Well, David, I was thinking of the old days, way back when you and I and Mike Graham, our former partner, broadcast several games from the party deck way down the left field line. Could you imagine if we had done that on a Bark in the Park night? We'd be surrounded by dogs the entire evening. That would have been a blast.
I don't know. I'm very popular with many pooches, including my own Barkley at home, who is listening tonight. My Shih Tzu Bichon rescue mix. And Cody reaches out, pokes one down the left field line, and it is foul by just a yard or two. Cody well out in front of an off-speed pitch from David Kubiak.
Let's see if Valentin flips that ball to a dog. No, he didn't. He threw it in for Kevin Baez.
There you go.
Who doesn't see it coming. It's going to be behind the Ducks skipper out at third, so somebody should alert him to that. Now let's see if Kevin tries to find a pooch. He usually tries to find a youngster to flip that ball to. Kevin's looking toward that dog area, but for now I think he's going to put it in his back pocket.
I think all those doggies deserve a chew toy. Why not a little something to chew on? And
going to get another one.
And another one snared by Kevin Baez.
All right, let's see. He's giving one to a youngster. Let's see if he gets another one to the dog. Nope. Found another fan, but I think later in the game he may try to deliver one right to a pooch.
By the way, talking about Mike Graham, my good buddy, who is listening to us via his smartphone tonight. He promised he'd be tuning in at liducks.com. And he just dropped off his second son to college. 2 in college now. Incredible. As Puckett sends it in the air. Center fielder Andy Chavez racing over, gives way to Wellington Dotel, the right fielder, and Cody Puckett flies out. 2 right, 2 up, and 2 down. So Mike Graham now has 1 at University of California at San Diego. That's his older boy, Aaron. And just starting his freshman year at UCLA, his younger boy, Josh. And what did Mike do last night? He went to the Dodger-Arizona Diamondback game.
Nice.
So he took it in at Chavez Ravine at Dodger Stadium. He says he misses the Long Island Ducks broadcast, but tunes in whenever he can.
I'll never forget that night the Ducks won their first championship in Camden. Mike Graham was on the air with me that night, did some great field interviews about the Ducks' first ever title back in 2004.
And Mike will never forget that as well. The all-time highlight of his life, he says.
Really?
I think he's being sarcastic, but it is one of the highlights of his life.
Maybe his broadcasting highlight, right? Sure.
Absolutely.
How many times you get to do a championship call, right?
Absolutely. Dan Lyons at the plate on Bark in the Park night. Dachshund Dan Lyons is 6th in the order. Danny at 282, 7 homers, 46 RBIs. So we've got a scoreless game. 2 down, nobody on. 1-1 pitch to Lyons, a smack to short. Dan hits it to his counterpart, Luis Hernandez, who throws it across to Sean Burrows, and that will do it. 3 up and 3 down for the Ducks. They go quietly, nothing across. We have finished 2 at Bethpage Ballpark. We remain scoreless. Bridgeport nothing, Long Island nothing.
Hey fans, this is Kevin Byers, manager of the Long Island Ducks, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
No score in Central Islip between the Ducks and the Bluefish. Last night in the Atlantic League, these two teams were rained out, but there were 3 other games. In Bridgewater, New Jersey, Patriots doubled up the Skeeters 10-5. The Bees went into Lancaster and beat the Barnstormers 4-2. And York at home, a 4-3 win over Southern Maryland. So we'll keep you updated on all the action tonight in the Atlantic League. Of course, the majors as well. The Yankees back in action at home. And the Mets completed the sweep earlier today in Cincinnati. They beat the Reds 6-3.
How about that? Jose Reyes hitting a home run on the first pitch of the game.
He's been unbelievable, David, since he's come back up.
Yeah, great pickup and has re-energized him and his career. It's been a big addition for the Mets among the additions they've made. Andy Chavez, speaking of Mets, the former Met in his 19th season of professional baseball, takes a strike on the inside corner from Duck starter Bobby Blevins. Chavez, left-handed swinging center fielder, lays down a bunt right in front of the plate. Taken by Mike Dowd. The throw across in time. Nice play by Dowd. Quick as a cat on Bark in the Park night and throws to Tyler Colvin to nip Chavez at first. One down.
And not a bad bunt at all by Chavez. He pushed it down third. Dowd had to go a long way to get there and really had to put it right in the glove of Tyler Colvin just to get Chavez by a half step.
Nice play all the way around. Wellington Dotel, who singled his first time up. Chavez and Dotel with back-to-back singles in that first inning. But Blevins was able to work out of that jam. In both of the first 2 innings, the Bridgeport Bluefish have threatened with a couple of men on, but have not scored as yet. We are scoreless, top of the third. And looking to bunt, at least Dotel was looking that way, yanked it away, and it's 1 ball, no strike.
I guess he figured, hey, if the guy in front of me bunted, there's no way they'll think I'll bunt. And he gives the element of surprise there.
Dotel with that wide open stance and then squares up as the pitch comes in and takes it just a bit high. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Dotel.
Listen up here, David. I think I hear the dogs.
There he is.
If you listen closely, you can hear them.
Very nice. Chris King picks it up, and we actually heard some of the bark and the park night here at Bethpage Ballpark.
That sounded great. Yep, there they go.
They're still going nuts. They are trying to rally the Ducks. Somebody tell these dogs the Ducks are not at the plate. So it's 3 balls and no strikes to Dotel. Right down at Carlton Avenue for a strike, 3-1.
Well, David, you always have your professional-grade quacker with you, but you know what you needed tonight? One of those silent dog whistles? So you could be here, nobody would know what's going on, and then you could make them all bark at once.
They would go nuts, and there's a base hit to left center field to Dan Lyons left. He had no chance to get it. Dotel hit it hard. He's got a good night going so far. 2 for 2, couple of singles for Dotel, 1 on, 1 out with Sean Burrows coming up.
They talk about the Mets, David, and now just a half game out of that final wild card spot. The Yankees had an unbelievable victory last night, and for Met and Yankee fans, it's just the greatest time ever right now because they're playing riveting ball games. They're battling to try to get into the postseason, and it's just been a great, great week of baseball, and it'll continue right to the end of the season now for both clubs.
Now, let's say you happen to be a purist who don't like the wild card.
Yeah.
I mean, the wild card and the addition of the second wild card has created this kind of excitement.
That's right.
And the Yankees and Mets, the Mets with all the injuries and all the misfortune they've had this season, the Yankees basically sellers at the trading deadline, and both are right in the mix. And there's a ground ball taken to short. Dan Lyons over to second for 1 on the exchange. I believe they're going to say that Dotel is out at second base. He is. But Ruben Gotay trying to make the quick toss to first base, lost the handle. So Burrows is at first base. After hitting into a 6-4 force play, we now have 2 down, 1 on.
They talked to Mike Graham listening to the game on his smartphone. I have Apple TV at home, and I was able to bring the Duck game Monday up on my big screen TV in my living room. So I had the Duck game, the Yankee game, and the Met game all going on at the same time and just rotating through the 3 games. I know you were in the Bronx for that game.
That's right. Saw that 5-3 win for the Yankees on Labor Day over the Toronto Blue Jays. That was Jacoby Ellsbury hit a first-inning 2-run homer, and we saw a lot of action. I had a lot of food. Pretzel. Let's see. Chicken fingers, garlic fries. I just kept on eating, and so did my daughter Rachel. We had a wonderful time.
I just was cycling through the games, though, David. Every one of them was terrific, and, it was a day off for everybody, so got the remote going on the big screen TV and could watch all 3 games at the same time, all matinees.
And you and I are old enough to remember when we could only watch a Yankee game on Channel 11.
That's right.
1 game at a time, and that was it.
Yeah, that's it. That would be it.
Jose Cuevas at the plate. It's no balls and 2 strikes with Sean Burrows. Not really a threat to steal. He has not attempted one this season. Being held on by Tyler Colvin at first base. No score in this game. The first of 2 at Bethpage Ballpark tonight. It's 0-2 to Cuevas at the plate, the number 5 hitter who popped out his first time up. A righty-righty matchup here with Duck starter Bobby Blevins. Some cloud cover, but no threat of rain from this point forward. Very soft breeze, if anything, on a humid night. And Blevins drops down, goes up at 3/4, but misses with a slider outside. It's 1-2.
You know what's got the dogs going, David? Quackerjack is down there.
Oh.
So that is the reason I think they're barking like mad at the big old duck.
That's right. They don't know what to make of Quackerjack. A duck that big? And that one stroked to center field and falls in front of Delta Cleary Jr. 1 station at a time for Sean Burrows. He will stop at second base. So Cuevas with a base hit, second hit of the inning. And for the 3rd consecutive frame, the Bridgeport Bluefish have 2 men on.
Yeah, so Bobby Blevins left 2 on in the first, 2 on in the second. And if you can get Valentine here, he can leave 2 on in the 3rd. So he's been in danger each and every inning, but so far unscathed as the Ducks are being out-hit 5-1.
I wouldn't think on Bark in the Park night that Kevin Beagle Baez would have a short leash on Bobby Pitbull Blevins.
You just can't help yourself, can you?
I can't. Blevins too much of a bulldog to be pulled out of the game. So Geraldo Valentin is at the plate. He flied out his first time up. 2 on, 2 out. No score yet. As Valentin out in front of an off-speed pitch and hit down the left field line. Dan Lyons racing over foul territory and makes the catch right up against the railing. What a nice play by Dan Lyons on the run. How many times have we seen that in the Long Island Duck career of Dan Lyons. So once again, the Bridgeport Bluefish leave 2 on for the 3rd consecutive inning. 6 left on base for Bridgeport through the first 2.5. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. No score at Bethpage Ballpark. Bluefish nothing, Ducks nothing.
Hey fan, this is outfielder Delta Cleary Jr. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Long Island's Ford Giant is bigger and better than ever. Sayville Ford celebrating the grand opening of their new state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's grand opening celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's grand opening savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by ClearVision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
Well, hey, Duck fans, the final out of that top of the 3rd inning was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. Now, did you know that a 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com.
David Weiss and the Kinger, Chris King, bottom of the 3rd, Bethpage Ballpark, Bark in the Park night. Fans are here on 2 legs and 4 paws. And at bottom of the 3rd, with no score, Ruben Greyhound Gotai at the plate, the second baseman for the Ducks, 7th man in the order. Ducks have just 1 single so far, but Delta Cleary Jr. trying to stretch it was thrown out. So David Kubiak, the native of the North Fork of Long Island, has pitched to the minimum thus far. 6 Long Island Ducks. Gotai swings through a fastball, 1 ball and 1 strike. To Ruben on the season at .275. 7 homers, 57 RBIs. Open stance from the left side, and he loops one. One-handed by Kevin Beagle Baez, and now he'll look down the right field line, possibly throw it to one of the Bark in the Parkers. But Kevin, with a nice play, he should get back out there.
Unbelievable. Again, a 3-time All-Star shortstop for the Long Island Ducks is the former New York Met and Ducks manager. Grabbed that with his bare right hand.
Still a pair of good hands for Kevin Baez. So the count 1-2. Bottom of the 3rd, scoreless. First of a twin bill here at Bethpage Ballpark. Gotai with that unique stance up on the right toe, planting the left foot, and he reaches out, fouls one down the left field line. No runs, 1 hit for the Ducks so far. No runs, 5 hits for the Bluefish through the first 3 frames for them. But they have left 2 on in every single inning. 6 left on base. Bobby Blevins has wriggled out of every single jam as Gotai hits it in the air left field. Geraldo Valentin over to his right, our left, makes the grab, 1 down.
I know you were talking about that Jose Reyes homer to lead off the game. A couple of weeks back, David, I remember the Mets opened the game with back-to-back home runs, and they found the stat that the only other time in Met history that had happened was Jose Reyes and Ruben Gotai did it when Gotai was playing for the Mets. So that was only the 2nd time in franchise history that they opened a game with back-to-back home runs.
How about that? Tyler Colvin. In our pregame show, you heard one of Chris King's great calls this season, the walk-off grand slam earlier this season. Colvin, in fact, has 2 grand slams this season. He's the first baseman tonight for the Ducks, 8th man in the order, and he takes outside, fastball 1-0. Kubiak kicks and deals. Pitch to the left-handed swinging Colvin. Hits the outside corner for a strike, 1-1. Colvin is at 193 for the season, playing in his 61st game for the Ducks. 3 homers, 23 RBIs, and as we just mentioned, 2 of the 3 homers, grand salamis. 1-1 pitch on the way, misses the outside corner, 2-1.
Yeah, so a walk-off grand slam, and his other grand slam, David, was earlier this year against these Bluefish on a Wednesday, and it was winning inning Wednesday. He won a fan $10,000. Not bad.
Every time he hits a grand slam, it means something big for the Ducks or for somebody else. 2-1 pitch outside. 3 balls and a strike to Colvin. And we talk about leadoff home runs from Jose Reyes. Of course, the all-time leader in leadoff home runs is a former Atlantic Leaguer who played for the Newark Bears by the name of Ricky Henderson. And down the left field line, a running grab made by left fielder Geraldo Valentin as Colvin hit one slicing away. Valentin using his speed, a nice grab down the left field line for the second out.
He went a long way, did Valentin, David, and they are thrilled to add him today. He's coming off a great season in the American Association, Geraldo Valentin, and he can play outfield, he can play first, he can play second, he can play third. And so they're bringing him in for his bat, but he showed a pretty good glove there as well.
I should have mentioned, I was remiss with my nicknames, Tyler the Terrier Colvin. On Bark in the Park night. Brings up Mike Great Dane Dowd, who hits it in the air foul down the right field line and will end up in the upper deck. Dowd catching for the Ducks tonight. On the season, Dowd's at .296, playing in his 88th game. 3 homers, 41 RBIs, and has been superior behind the plate for the Long Island Ducks. Even has a couple of steals this year and has scored 34 runs as well. He's done it behind the plate and at the plate. 0-1 pitch on the way. Good hook by Kubiak. Catches the inside corner. 0-2.
Mike Dowd, one of the 5 finalists for the Ducks MVP this year, the DeMonte Smelson MVP award that'll be voted on by the fans. So congratulations to Mike, coming off a terrific season.
Kubiak kicks and deals, and the 0-2 is on the way, high and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Dowd.
It's Dowd, Lentini, and Cleary as far as position players in that final vote. And then John Brownell and Patrick Kreider, the 5-some that you can vote on as your MVP this year.
Not an easy choice. All have had wonderful seasons. A swing and a miss on a fastball high and tight. Dowd swings through it. Second strikeout for David Kubiak, and the side retired once again. The Ducks go quietly, 3 up and 3 down, and that included a great catch down the left field line from Geraldo Valentin of the Bluefish. So we've played 3 of 7 innings here, the first of 2 7-inning games, doubleheader at Bethpage Ballpark. We're scoreless through 3, Bluefish nothing, Ducks nothing.
Hey fans, this is infielder Cody Puckett, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks.
Chris King and David Weiss back at Bethpage Ballpark. No score as we go to inning number 4, and that always means 4th inning trivia. We'll give you the question here in the top of the inning, the answer in the bottom of the frame. It can be about the Ducks, it can be about Major League Baseball or baseball in general. And tonight it has a little bit of a Bluefish tie-in, David, as earlier in the week, actually it was last week, the Bridgeport Bluefish made an offer to Tim Tebow, a contract offer to join the Bluefish, as Tebow had a big tryout in front of many Major League scouts. So it is related to that, and you get into the at-bat here, and we'll come up with a question.
Number 7 man in the order for the Bluefish, Jonathan Galvez, who lined out to Anthony Vega, who made a diving catch and a beauty back in the 2nd inning. On the first pitch, he hits it to Cody Puckett on the ground, who throws to Tyler Colvin. 1 pitch, 1 out.
So again, the Bluefish were attempting to sign a former New York Jets quarterback in Tim Tebow. But back in 2001, in the Atlantic League, David, a former New York Giants quarterback did play baseball for the Newark Bears. So name the former quarterback for the New York Giants who played baseball in this league for the Bears in 2001.
I think I've got the answer, and we'll get to that.
Okay.
In the bottom of this frame, Luis Rodriguez, second baseman for the Bluefish, takes outside from Bobby Blevins. 1 ball and no strikes. Scoreless, top of the 4th here at Bethpage Ballpark as Rodriguez hits it in the air. Left field, Anthony Vega coming over. Makes the easy grab, 2 down.
And I don't believe that Tebow's camp has responded to the Bluefish yet. I know I've read that the Braves apparently are very close to signing him, and not sure what level they would assign him to, but the Bluefish said, hey, come join us right away. We'll give you an opportunity to play immediately. And I think that might be the fallback position now for Tebow's camp.
I guess the scouting report quickly on him was raw power, fair instincts, and an average arm. I would have thought a good arm for the outfield, but average arm from the outfield. So we'll see if he gets a sniff. It's a great publicity stunt, if nothing else. Alex Marquez, the catcher for Bridgeport, takes a strike right down the middle from Bobby Blevins, 0-1. Marquez walked his first time up. And another strike inside corner, 2 good, quick popping fastballs from Blevins. It's 0-2 to Marquez. Thus far, Blevins has not struck out anybody, and he's walked 1. That was Marquez back in the 2nd inning. And that one up high, 1 ball and 2 strikes, and Blevins threatening to have his first 1-2-3 inning after getting 2 men aboard for Bridgeport each of the first 3 innings. But Bridgeport has stranded 2 in each of the first 3. Swing and a miss. So there you go, the first strikeout for Bobby Blevins. And that is strikeout number 1, 3 up and 3 down. The first 1-2-3 inning for Blevins. And at the end of 3.5, here at Bethpage Ballpark, we remain scoreless. Bluefish nothing, Ducks nothing.
Hey fans, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
No score in Central Islip between the Ducks and Fish as we head to the last of the 4th. Time to wrap up our 4th inning trivia. Again, the Bluefish have made a contract offer to former Jets quarterback Tim Tebow. He has not accepted yet. But back in the 2001 Atlantic League season, David, what former New York Giants quarterback played in the Atlantic League for the Newark Bears?
I'm taking a wild guess because I remember him well. Danny Cannell.
Danny Cannell is exactly right. So, David, you are the winner of 4th inning trivia.
Thank you very much. And I just remember what a wonderful guy Danny was. Great interview. Linked down the butt, Anthony Vega. The throw goes by. First baseman Sean Burrows and into right field. Streaking to second base is Anthony Vega. A bunt single and an error probably charged the pitcher David Kubiak. The throw was wild. So Vega ends up in scoring position, leading off the 4th inning with that bunt single and turns it into 2 bases on the error.
Well, perfect strategy, right? You got a pitcher who's locked in. He'd retired 6 in a row and 8 of 9. Why not use your speed to get aboard? That's what Anthony Vega did. And for the first time tonight, the Ducks have a man at second base.
In scoring position with Phelan Lentini coming up. So Airedale, Vega is at second base. Labrador Lentini is at the plate on Park in the Park night. And the Ducks looking to score first here. With all these doggies in attendance as Lentini swings and misses. Lentini fly to right his first time up. 0-1 to Phelan. Delta Cleary Jr. waiting on deck. Coming set, Kubiak. Pitch to Phelan is down low. And the count now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. The Ducks have just 2 hits in this game. It was a single from Delta back in the first inning, but he was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. And Vega with that bunt single. That went just a foot and a half in front of home plate. But taken by the pitcher Kubiak, who threw it away. 1-1 pitch. There's a ground ball foul left side. And it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Phelan.
Well, they finish up on Danny Cannell. He quarterbacked the Giants from 96 to 98. He played 25 games with the Bears in 2001. Hit .237, so not so great. A home run, 6 runs batted in. But, David, he had actually been drafted by both the Brewers and the Yankees in his college career at Florida State as a baseball player. Good all-around athlete as Phelan fouls it back. And I remember, as you said, you interviewed him here. I interviewed him in Newark. He was a terrific interview.
Great guy. Great guy.
Yep.
Could not have been nicer. And was very willing to talk football, baseball, whatever you wanted to talk with him. Because obviously, as we stretched it toward the fall, we were talking about the Giants. And he was very willing to offer opinions on that. 1-2 pitch, ground ball just fouled down the right field line. Phelan on an outside pitch just trying to protect the plate and kind of slapped it just wide of first baseman Sean Burrows. So count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ducks threatening here. At the very least, Phelan wants to make a productive out and hit something to the right side to get Vega over to third base with less than 2 out. Coming set, Kubiak. And the pitch to Lentini is hit in the air. Behind home plate, Alex Marquez coming back to the netting, but he will run out of room and then also almost bounces into our broadcast booth. That hit the concourse area between the decks and ends up in the hands of a lucky fan.
Yeah, I think that was tonight's hero of the game, the military hero, David, who was just honored. And you know what? The Ducks camera person who shoots the action that ends up on the scoreboard tonight actually got the ball, and he gave it to tonight's military hero. So that's a real nice job.
That is a very nice gesture indeed, and deserving. Lentini at the plate, 1 ball, 2 strikes, runner on second, nobody out, and a stroke, the base hit, left field. Geraldo Valentin will pick it up, but there's no way they're going to get Anthony Vega, who scores standing up. On Park in the Park now. The Ducks bucking up the right spring and have a 1-0 lead.
Very nice call, David. Nicely done. And you even beat the music to it because you were on the dog theme even before the PA music got there.
And Phelan Lentini with the RBI single for Lentini, RBI number 68 on the season, and the Ducks have a 1-0 lead. Vega scoring easily from second base. So Lentini at first and Delta Cleary Jr. No balls and a strike. Lentini, of course, always a threat to take off. 44 steals, has been thrown out only 5 times. Has anybody reminded us what Lentini's age is? At 39.
Incredible.
And still among the best base stealers the Atlantic League has ever seen, as Delta Cleary Jr. is looking to bunt once again. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
So great job by the Ducks against a locked-in Kubiak. First, the bunt single by Vega. The ball thrown away by Kubiak gets him to second. And Lentini does what he's done all year long.
Delta Cleary Jr. looking to bunt once again, but takes a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You would think that means that Delta will no longer be bunting. Delta Border Collie Cleary Jr. tonight on Park in the Park night. Duck fans are happy, and the doggies are happy right now. The Ducks have taken a 1-0 lead, bottom of the 4th. Remember, this game scheduled for 7. And the throw over, in and out of the mid of Sean Burrows.
Kubiak almost threw another one away there, David. He threw it down in the dirt, and if not for a nice block by Burrows, guess what? That's down the right field line, and Lentini probably goes first to third.
Absolutely. No stopping Phelan. So he takes a healthy lead near the cutout, and he is going. Swing and a miss. Throw down to second base, not nearly in time. The throw high from Alex Marquez down to the bag. Throw sailed a bit. Delta Cleary Jr. did strike out. So that was a hit and run as Delta tried to make contact. Did not, but Lentini gets stolen base number 45.
Yeah, so Delta won't get the sacrifice that he was looking for, but end result is the same thing. Lantini at second with one away for Lou Ford.
Third strikeout for native Long Islander David Kubiak on the mound. One down. Lantini is in scoring position. And here's Lou Fido Ford at the plate. Lantini always making things happen when he is on base. So again, the recap, Vega with a bunt single. The error throw from pitcher David Kubiak allowed Vega to get down to second base. Lantini with the base hit to left, scoring Vega. And Cleary striking out, but Lantini stealing a base on that strikeout. His 45th steal, and Lantini now in scoring position. And the Ducks trying to build and double their 1-0 lead with Ford at the plate. Pitch to Lou down in the dirt. Marquez blocks it. Off-speed pitch from Kubiak. Ford came into this game at .323, 5 homers, 26 RBIs. Ford was leading the league in hitting when he was injured. He does not have enough official at-bats to qualify among the league leaders. If he did, he'd be in the top 5. But still, among the most productive offensive threats the Ducks have ever had. 1-0 pitch, hit right back to the mound, and Lantini is in a pickle. Running right at him is Kubiak, now throws back to second base. Now being forced to third base is Lantini, and he is tagged out. Ford takes first base on the fielder's choice, and Lantini caught in a rundown and tagged out for the second out here in the fourth.
A really tough spot for Lantini, David. He was about halfway between second and third when that comebacker was snared by Kubiak, the pitcher. And then Kubiak did the right thing. You just run at the runner. That's what he did. He ran right at Lantini until he finally had to make a throw. Lantini tried to buy some time, I would think, for Lou Ford to make his way to second, but couldn't get hung up long enough as Ford ended up at first. And now Luis Rodriguez, the skipper of the Bluefish, I think, has a health concern with Kubiak as he's headed out to the mound with the trainer of the Bridgeport Bluefish.
How about that? I didn't see anything unusual on that with Kubiak, who did some running on the play, obviously running right at Phelan Lantini, but apparently he is okay. The trainer and the machete, Luis Rodriguez, exit the mound and retreat to the dugout. So as far as scoring is concerned, it starts with a 1. I don't know what the zip code's going to look like, but I'd leave it to you, Chris.
165 is how it goes. So the pitcher Kubiak to the shortstop Hernandez to the third baseman Cuevas.
There you go. And Lou Ford ends up on first base. So Kubiak remains in the game. We now have 2 down. Ducks have 1 run in. No longer with a runner in scoring position as Lantini is caught in that rundown. And Cody Pitbull Puckett on Bark in the Park 9 is at the plate, and he takes inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Puckett fly to right, his first time up. So Ford taking a short lead at first, and this one is stroked to center field. Andy Chavez cannot get it. It falls in front of him. Sounded like a broken bat. Puckett got just enough of it to loop it into center. That is the Ducks' 3rd single of the inning. They now have 2 on with 2 out, and Dan Dachshund Lions at the plate.
And not bad, David. Just 1 hit in the first 3 innings against Kubiak, and then 3 hits, as you mentioned, here alone, here in the home 4th, and still looking to keep something going here with 2 on and 2 out for Danny.
Danny bounced to short his first time up. Lions came into the game at .282 with 46 RBIs and 7 homers. Righty-righty matchup here. Kubiak deals, and that misses the inside corner. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Lions with Ruben Gotay on deck. And when you take a look at this Ducks lineup, now that Ford is back, It is deep, it is long, and there are no easy outs. 1-0 pitch on the way, and that a swing and a miss from Danny. 1-1.
Yeah, I talked to Kevin Byers before the game, David. That's exactly what he said. He feels like now he has the A lineup back together for the first time, and he was frustrated. They only had 3 hits here Monday afternoon in the Labor Day matinee loss, but he said it's going to come around.
1-1 pitch to Lions inside. 2 balls and a strike.
You mentioned how the Ducks had led the league in hitting for so long, and now that team average down to .270, just 4th in the league, so it's fallen from the top spot to middle of the pack. They still do, though, have the best pitching in the Atlantic League.
One of only 2 teams with an ERA under 4. And there's a big bounder to second base, taken by the second baseman Rodriguez. Over to Hernandez for the force play that goes 4-6, and the side is retired. However, for the Ducks, 1 run, 3 hits. They leave 1. They have broken the ice on Bark in the Park night. Ducks lead the Bluefish after 4, 1-0.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Patrick Kreider, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Oh, I love it. The color of of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolot walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Pave your way.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the exclusive Trouttown Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trouttown Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience awaits.
Well, Duck fans, don't forget you can always chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company Gourmet Iced Coffee. It's available at our concession stands right here at Bethpage Ballpark. Hampton Coffee is a preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons.
Well, as Yogi Berra, the late great Yogi, once said, it gets late early, especially when you're playing a 7-inning game. 2 7-inning affairs scheduled here in this twin bill on Park in the Park night. A lot of doggies in the stands, a lot of fans in the stands, and they're still coming on in. There's a seat waiting for you if you're thinking about coming, because we still have a few innings left of the first game and a full second game. 7-inning affair. Ducks and Bluefish. Ducks leading 1-0, top of inning number 5. Top of the order, Luis Hernandez against Bobby Blevins, who has given up 5 hits. He has bent a little bit, but hasn't broken. Bobby got his first 1-2-3 inning in the 4th, and the count is 1-0. To Hernandez, who shows bunt, yanks it away, and takes it high. 2-0 to Hernandez, who is 0 for 2. He has popped out and bounced out.
We talk about David asking folks to come on out for the second game. That will be our winning inning Wednesday game tonight. So chance to win $10,000 in our second game tonight. It happened earlier this year against the Bluefish on a Wednesday.
And next pitch just misses high and away. 3 balls and no strikes. That happened on Tyler Colvin's grand slam.
Yep, he won Andrew Kratzer of Wantaw $10,000 because he hit that grand slam in the bottom of the 5th.
3-0 pitch on the way to Hernandez. Catches the outside corner for a strike. 3-1. The last thing Bobby Blevins wants to do here in the top of the 5th, with the Ducks scoring in the bottom of the 4th, is to put the leadoff man aboard. This is your so-called shutdown inning. And again, we are more than halfway through this opening 7-inning game of the doubleheader. 3-1 pitch is on the way, inside corner. Looked like it had the plate just a bit inside, I guess, and Hernandez works his way aboard. That is the second walk issued by Bobby Blevins. The leadoff man is on.
There's one thing the Bluefish do not do, though, David, and that's run. They're tied for the fewest stolen bases in the Atlantic League with Sugarland, just 78 on the season, although Hernandez does have 9 this year. Tied for second on the Fish, so we'll keep an eye on him. He is their leadoff man. That's the reason he's at the top of the order, and we'll see if Luis Rodriguez here wants to put him in motion in a 1-0 game.
Andy Chavez, the former Met, former Major Leaguer, 19th year of professional baseball, came into the game at 342. Now at 343, he is 1 for 2. He is singled, and he bunted, and he bunts again, looking for the base hit. Taken by the catcher, that is Mike Dow, throws to Tyler Colvin. And that is the first out. So Chavez, will he get credit for a sacrifice? I guess so, but he was clearly bunting for a base hit.
Well, he gets that sacrifice, and Dowd looked at second, but had no chance to get Hernandez on a well-placed bunt in front of the plate. So got the sure out at first, but the Bluefish do get the tying run in scoring position with 1 away.
So Chavez with the sacrifice. And Wellington Dotel's got a perfect night going. He is 2 for 2, couple of singles. Both to the left side. That wide open stance from the right side against the right-hander, Bobby Blevins. So Hernandez in scoring position. The potential tying run is at second. Pitch to Dotel is right down the middle lane of Southern State Parkway, 0-1. Working in those local streets when I can.
Usually you prefer Carlton Avenue, though. I know that.
Already used that tonight, so went with the center lane on Southern State. Sean Burrows waiting on deck. Pitch to Dotel. A smack down the right field line. If it's fair, it's trouble, and it is A fair ball right up against the wall. Scoring easily would be Luis Hernandez to tie the game. An RBI double for Wellington Dotel. We're tied at 1 at Bethpage Ballpark.
Well, you called it perfectly, David. If that ball was fair, we knew it was going to tie the game, and as it sliced away, I kept waiting for it to continue slicing and go foul, but it never did. And once it hit inside the chalk, there's no doubt that Hernandez was going to score easily from second. In fact, he might have scored from first had he still been there. And the Bluefish tie the game here in the visitors' 5th.
There is only one man out, and now Dotel in scoring position at second base. And the ever-dangerous former Long Island Duck, former Bluefish, and current Bluefish once again, Sean Burrows, who has been taking that Bridgeport Ferry back and forth the last couple of seasons.
Ducks actually just appealed, David, that Wellington Dotel missed first base, but our umpire over there, Warren Nicholson, said no, he did not. You don't see that too often.
No, you see it on a tag play from third.
Yep.
But in this case, the appeal was that Dotel missed first base completely as he made the turn and streaking to second base.
And usually that's picked up by the first baseman, Tyler Colvin, or someone in the Ducks dugout, which is on the first base side.
So Bobby Blevins, who had plenty of trouble in the first 3 innings, getting 2 men aboard in every inning, but wriggling out of it. Then a 1-2-3 inning in the 4th, but here in the 5th, leadoff walk, spelling trouble. Chavez with the sacrifice, getting Luis Hernandez to second. And Wellington Dotel with a slicing double down the right field line to tie the game, and he's at second now with a 1-0 count to Sean Burrows at the plate. Burrows is 0 for 2. He has flied out and hit into a force play. A slightly open stance from the left side. The right-hander Blevins, the 1-0 pitch, and that is smack foul left side, 1-1.
It was the first extra base hit of the game for either team. The Ducks have 4 hits, all singles. Bluefish had 5 hits, all singles, until that Dotel double.
Just over a dozen games to go, and the Bridgeport Bluefish are looking at every game as a playoff game because they need every single win to try to catch Somerset. Here's a ground ball to short. To his left, taken by Danny Lyons. The throw across beats Sean Burrows easily. Holding on at second base, in that the ball was hit in front of him is Wellington Dotel, and now 2 outs.
David, I was looking at the Patriots' final 10 games of the season. Listen to this. They play the Bluefish 3 times, so Bridgeport will get 3 head-to-head games in Bridgeport against Somerset, but Somerset has 7 games remaining against New Britain.
Wow.
So their final 10 games will all be against the 2 teams trying to catch them. 3 against the Fish, 7 against the Bees.
So Somerset, licking their chops for another crack at the Long Island Ducks in the postseason, has everything, their fate in their own hands. Jose Cuevas, 1 for 2 tonight and takes a ball down low. 1 ball and no strikes. Cuevas has popped out and singled up the middle back in the 3rd inning. 1 run in here, and the top of inning number 4, make inning number 5. We are tied at 1 as Bridgeport has even the score if the Ducks took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch to Cuevas. You hear the pop of the mitt. Good fastball, but outside, 2-0.
And what the Bluefish hope is that the Patriots and Bees just knock each other off back to back to back to back. They play Lancaster 7 times, so they got to beat the Barnstormers, while Somerset and New Britain exchange wins, losses, wins, losses. They don't want either team to run out. They want them to just knock each other off, and that's the way the Bluefish could blow by both teams.
2-0 the count to Cuevas at the plate. And that next one had the plate, but downstairs. So now 3 balls and 1 strike to Jose Cuevas with Geraldo Valentin waiting on deck. But Somerset clearly in the driver's seat here. 7 games over 500, and the 3-game lead over Bridgeport entering play tonight. 3.5 game lead over New Britain. Coming set Blevins, checking the runner Dotel, and the pitch catches the plate. 3-1.
But just the fact that, David, the Bluefish are only 3 back. They know they have 3 head-to-head games. The Bees are 3.5 back. They have 7 head-to-head games, including the final 4 games of the year will be up in New Britain, Connecticut, as the Bees will host the Patriots. So they got them at home 4 times to end the season. So as long as they're within 4, they have a crack going into that final weekend, which is not this weekend but the following weekend.
Exactly. They have to remain within shouting distance.
Yep.
So as those 4 games mean something. 3-1 pitch on the way, and that one is smacked long way left field. Anthony Vega is going back to the wall to the King Cullen sign, reaches up, and it's off the wall. Coming in to score is Wellington Dotel. Into second with a stand-up RBI double. Jose Cuevas breaking the 1-1 tie. Cuevas giving the Bridgeport Bluefish a 2-1 lead.
Well, Anthony Vega did everything he could. He's upset with himself, David. I watched him just smack his leg there with his right hand, but he went back to the track, looked up, just tried to make the grab, as you called it, right off the King Cullen sign to the left of the big scoreboard in left center. And here comes Kevin Baez now to take the temperature of Bobby Blevins, who's given up a pair of runs here and given up a 1-run lead.
Blevins was flirting with danger those first 3 innings. 2 men aboard in each of those first 3 innings, but he was able to work his way out of trouble. A 1-2-3 inning in the 4th, but here in the 5th, things have come apart. It was the leadoff walk, then a sacrifice, RBI double, Wellington Dotel down the right field line. Sean Burrows bounces out, but Cuevas with 2 outs, a runner in scoring position, with the tie-breaking double up against the left field wall. Geraldo Valentin at the plate now. And a 2-1 lead for Bridgeport, scoring a pair here in the top of the 5th. 7 hits in all for Bridgeport, including 2 doubles here in the 5th. Valentin at the plate, righty-righty matchup. First pitch is an off-speed pitch, well off the plate, and a nice block from Mac Dowd, saving a wild pitch. It's 1-0.
Blevins is coming off, David, his longest outing of the year. He did go 8 innings Friday in New Britain in a 3-1 loss to the Bees. He pitched well, though, gave up 3 runs in 8 innings on 6 hits. He didn't walk anybody and struck out 3, but again took the loss.
So they count 1 ball and no strikes to Geraldo Valentin, who is 0 for 2. He's flied out and fouled out. Pitch on the way is looped right field and will fall in front of Phelan Lentini. Running with a quack of the bat was Jose Cuevas, and he will score. Throw came in on several hops, and that is an RBI single for Valentin. He took second on the throw. 3-1 Fish.
Well, timely hits, timely 2-out hits, a double and a single, one that put him ahead, one that added to the lead. So Bridgeport coming up big here and scoring 3 now in the top of the 5th to take a 2-run advantage.
Boy, Valentin did not hit that hard at all off the end of the bat, just a looper in front of Lentini. His throw into the plate came in on several hops and was not in time, so 3 runs have scored. Bluefish lead by 2, turning a 1-0 deficit into a 3-1 lead. Jonathan Galvez, the DH, is at the plate now, and he takes it right down Carlton Avenue for a strike, 0-1. Galvez was retired on a line drive and fantastic catch in left field, a diving catch from Anthony Vega. That was in the 2nd inning. He's also bounced out. He's 0 for 2. So once again, the Bluefish have a runner in scoring position. Seems like for the last 15 minutes, the Bluefish have had a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, this is definitely the longest inning that the Ducks have been on the field. And again, it's turned a 1-run deficit into a 2-run disadvantage right now.
0-2 the count to Galvez, as Valentin takes his lead off second base. And the 0-2 pitch is smacked. Couple of hops taken by Dan Lyons on a bad hop. He stayed with it. Throw across in time to Tyler Colvin, and that will do it. However, damage done here in the top of the 5th for the Bluefish. 3 runs, 3 hits, 2 of them doubles, a walk, and a man left. At the end of 4.5, we go to the bottom of the 5th. Ducks now trail the Fish 3-1.
Hey fans, this is catcher Mike Blank, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Municipal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of the Long Island Ducks. For 100 years, MCU has helped New Yorkers achieve their goals with competitive financial products and services. Meet your important or unexpected needs with an MCU personal loan. Whether it's the cost of moving, a family vacation, or even home repairs, an MCU personal loan is a simple solution. To learn more about how an MCU personal loan can work for you, visit nymcu.org today. MCU, celebrating 100 years of service.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, the Trout Town fan can, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
Bottom of the 5th, Bethpage Ballpark. Ruben Gotay at the plate for the Long Island Ducks and takes a strike from native Long Islander David Kubiak, who is in his 5th inning of work. Ducks trail 3-1, a 3 spot for the Bluefish in the top of the 5th. Gotai, fly to left his first time up, 0-1 pitch, way outside. 1-1 to Ruben Greyhound Gotai. Lots of dogs in the park tonight. It's Bark in the Park night. If you're thinking of coming to the park, bring the doggy. We got plenty of room for you and the pooch. 1-1 pitch, misses the outside corner, 2-1. So it's Gotai, Tyler Colvin, Mike Dowd, the bottom third of the order for the Long Island Ducks against Kubiak. Ducks scored a run in the bottom of the fourth. It seems like it was forever ago. A big 3-1, 3-run top of the fifth. As Gotai sends it in the air, Ducks dugout, and reaching in, unable to make the grab is Sean Burrows. Came close. It bounced into the Duck dugout and bounced out. You didn't see a soul helping Sean Burrows in the Duck dugout, and why should they?
Again, the former teammate of the Long Island Ducks, Sean Burrows, got near the rail, David, kind of gingerly leaned in, and I think some of the guys may have had some words for him because he smiled and then he shot something back into that dugout, but that's a big break for Gotai. Had Burrows leaned in and put his stomach against the rail, I think he would have caught that ball.
2-2 pitch to Ruben. He swings, a foul at the plate. I believe he remains alive. Nope, he didn't foul it at all. Swung and missed. The pitch was in the dirt. The tag made, and the putout applied by Alex Marquez, the catcher. So that goes down as a strikeout, 1 down.
So we check in on the out-of-town scoreboard. We start in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Skeeters and Patriots. Sugarland up on top of Somerset. 3-1 in the top of the third. The Skeeters have lost 3 straight. The Patriots have won 3 straight.
And on the K9 theme tonight, Bark in the Park, Tyler the Terrier Colvin at the plate. He lined to left his first time up. A nice running catch made by Geraldo Valentin down the left field line. First pitch hits the outside corner for a strike with a fastball. 0-1. Let's not take anything away from the native Long Islander from the North Fork, David Kubiak, who has been sharp tonight. He's given up just 1 run, 4 hits. Through 4 to third thus far. Another good fastball, 0-2 to Colvin.
Kubiak, born in Southold, went to Southold High School, now lives in Riverhead. David, you talked about SUNY Albany, where he spent 4 years, so he's got a lot of New York roots, as does Bobby Blevins, who's from Briarcliff, New York, just up the Hudson River.
That's the pitching matchup tonight. 0-2 pitch. Right on it was Colvin, but fouled it straight back. Count remains no balls and 2 strikes. Kubiak, in his 5th season of professional baseball, last year pitched for Joliet of the Independent Frontier League. Joliet, Illinois. At 7 wins, a 2.16 ERA, 92 strikeouts, and 95 2/3 innings. And there's one hit right in front of the plate. Taken by the catcher, Alex Marquez. Throws to first baseman Sean Burrows. And quickly 2 down.
In York, Pennsylvania, they've gone to the bottom of the third. Rebs have a 3-2 lead over the Blue Crabs in the other game. In Lancaster, PA tonight, the Bees, a 1-0 lead over the Barnstormers, bottom of the first. Earlier today, Mets sweep away the Reds in Cincinnati. They win at 6-3. No score first inning at the stadium between the Yankees and the Jays.
And it brings us to the bottom of the order for the Long Island Ducks, trailing by 2, bottom of the 5th. And it's Mike Great Dane Dowd at the plate. Righty-righty matchup with Kubiak. First pitch is fouled back to the netting. Good swing from Dowd. Just missing it, 0-1.
So again, David, the Mets will tie the Cardinals for that second wild card spot in the National League if St. Louis loses tonight. Right now, the Cardinals an early 1-0 lead over the Pirates in Pittsburgh, first inning.
0-1 pitch, good fastball, and an 0-2 count to Mike Dowd. Now, it is a virtual tie. I believe the Mets will be trailing the Cardinals by 1 game in the loss column.
Right.
And it is not too early to start thinking about things like that. The loss column, magic numbers, things like that. But the Mets, again, banged up all the incredible injuries they suffered from this year. What a job they've done to get right back in it. 0-2 pitch on the way to Dowd, and that is outside. It's 1-2.
As you said, the Mets battered by injuries. The Yankees do the sell-off.
Right.
And here are both teams scratching and clawing and playing some incredibly exciting baseball.
It would be great if both made it to the playoffs, no matter what happens. 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Dowd going fishing on a pitch that landed outside. 5 strikeouts for the Long Islander, David Kubiak. 3 up and 3 down. We finished 5 at Bethpage Ballpark on Bark in the Park night. And the dogs are whining a bit. Ducks trail 3-1.
Hey fans, this is pitcher James Lomagino, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Hey, PSEG Long Island customers. Want to learn how to save on your electric bill? Here's one way. You can save up to $100 each year by simply replacing 10 incandescent bulbs with CFL or LED bulbs. Want to save even more? Take our online home energy survey. It's free, it takes just 10 minutes to complete, and it may save you hundreds more. Find out about our energy efficiency programs at www.pseglinY.com/save-money.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Well, Ducks fans, don't forget you can follow along all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. Now, if the Ducks hit 100 home runs this year, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. It's going to take a lot to get them there, David. The Ducks are at 77 home runs, so they'll need 23 home runs in the final 13 games. Not out of the question. Nope. But they're going to have to get Homer happy because coming in, David, this is unbelievable. They have hit only 2 homers in their last 11 games. Wow. That's it.
Very un-Duck-like.
Yep. Anthony Vega has them both. 1 in Lancaster, 1 in New Britain. That's it in the last 11 games.
Well, we've certainly seen it in past seasons. The Ducks can hit home runs in bunches. Yep. And they can go, as you said, Homer happy at times. Luis Rodriguez, second baseman for the Bluefish, swings and a foul tip back into the mitt of catcher Mike Dowd. 0-1. This Luis Rodriguez is 1 for 2 tonight. He is singled and he is flied out. Batting from the left side against Bobby Blevins in his 6th inning of work. He's given up 3 runs, 8 hits thus far. 3-1 lead for the Bluefish. Stroked down the right field line and will make it into the seats, skipping all the way to the concessions. It's no balls and 2 strikes to Rodriguez, to be followed by the number 9 man in the order, Alex Marquez, and then back to the top of the order and Luis Hernandez here in the top of the 6th for the Bluefish. Remember again, this is a 7-inning affair. The first of 2 7-inning games in this twin bill doubleheader tonight. Next pitch, fastball up high, 1-2.
And our second game tonight will be a webcast only, so you can follow that on liducks.com or youtube.com/ducksbaseball in its entirety, about a half hour between games.
1-2 pitch on the way. Good curveball had Rodriguez fooled, but just barely makes contact, stay alive. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Ducks also want their fans to know, David, that last night was supposed to be Breast Cancer Awareness Night, a very important night each year. That instead will be Friday night now. So Friday night, you get your fireworks as well with a Breast Cancer Awareness Night.
1-2 pitch on the way is hit in the air in front of the plate. Mike Dowd now in foul territory, stays with it nicely and makes the catch. That one looked like it was going to land in fair territory. Dowd had to sway with that ball and made the grab for the first out here in the top of the 6th.
Sometimes catchers can make that look so easy, David. It's such a difficult play. As you said, number 1, track the ball, and then to try to catch a pop-up, which is the last thing a catcher's mitt is made to do. It's meant to catch fastballs, not pop-ups, but a good job there by Dowd, drifting with it, and then just sticking it out basket style to his right to make the grab.
And remember, the vantage point, the perception from a catcher, it's always hit basically right over their head, so it's not all that easy to pick up where that ball is and where it's going to land. Alex Marquez, speaking of catchers, the Bridgeport catcher takes inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Marquez walked and struck out. Just 1 strikeout for Bobby Blevins tonight. He has walked 2, the second of which came in the 5th inning. Leadoff walk to Luis Hernandez, who stands on deck, and that set the Bridgeport Bluefish up for their biggest inning to this point, their 3-run 5th, in which they took a 1-0 deficit and have grabbed a 3-1 lead. 1 out, nobody on, top of the 6th. Count is 2-0 to Marquez at the plate. Righty-righty matchup. Blevins pitch on the way, a big bounder. Third baseman Cody Puckett will take it. He's got some time to throw across. A nice dig by Tyler Colvin at first base, 2 down.
Oh, great job by Cody Puckett there. I think he wanted to barehand it, David, if he had to, but it was hit so slowly. He did the quick transfer, glove to hand, and then threw it low, but you called it Colvin. Dug it out nicely to get the second out on Marquez, who runs well for a catcher.
So back to the top of the order, and Luis Hernandez. He has popped out, grounded out, and as we mentioned moments ago in the 5th inning, he led off with a walk. He would eventually come around to score on a run-tying double. Wellington Dotel tied the game at 1 at that point. And first pitch swinging is Hernandez. Hits it very high to Delta Cleary Jr., waiting for it to come down, and it does, right in his mitt, and that will do it. So Bobby Blevins, after that rough 5th inning, a 1-2-3 6th, and the side is retired with nothing across. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's getting late. It's a 7-inning affair. The Ducks trail the Bluefish 3-1.
Hey fans, this is catcher Mike Dowd, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Bottom of the 6th, Bethpage Ballpark on Bark in the Park Night. Ducks trail 3-1. Anthony Airedale Vega at the plate. He is 1 for 2. He has struck out and a bunt single in the 4th. He would score on a single from Phelan Lantini. He made it to second base after that bunt single on a throwing error charged to pitcher David Kubiak for the Fish. It's quickly 0-2 on Vega. So it's Vega, Lantini, Delta Cleary Jr. 1, 2, 3 in the order against the Bluefish. The Ducks have only 6 outs with which to work in this 7-inning affair, the first of a doubleheader. Tonight, single admission, back-to-back games at Bethpage Ballpark. Vega batting from the left side against the righty Kubiak. Next pitch downstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Vega.
And Monday afternoon, the Bluefish a 3-1 win over the Ducks in the matinee. And in that game, Ross Seaton, their starter, David, had a complete game 3-hitter. He retired the final 17 straight Ducks to end that game. Amazing.
1-2 pitch on the way, and that's fisted foul. Out of play, left side, 1-2.
And you know what's very unusual? I was looking at this box score, David. He did not have a single strikeout in a complete game 3-hitter. That is incredible.
Look at that.
But Ross Seaton retired the final 17 straight Ducks to end the game and give the Bluefish the win.
How about that? 1 walk, no strikeouts as Vega fouls it to the right side this time, and the count remains 1-2. But a great pitching performance by Seaton. For Long Island, they used 5 pitchers overall and lost that 3-1 game. Only 3 hits, 2 of which came from Delta Cleary Jr. 1-2 count on Vega. He's trying to find his way on, bring the tying run to the plate. Pitches outside from Kubiak, and the count even at 2-2.
Yeah, Ducks pitching has been terrific, and Kevin Baez saying we just need the offense to come around. Again, Ducks have lost 5 of the last 6, and in those 5 losses, they've scored less than 3 runs in all 5 games.
Yeah, it's been an offensive problem of late as Vega again fouls it, nubs it just behind home plate to stay alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks with only 1 run and 4 hits tonight against David Kubiak. And Kubiak, good pop on that fastball, changes his speeds well. The Southhold native, 6'7" on the mound. 2-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Wow, Kubiak pulled the string there. A changeup, and Vega way out in front. Strikeout number 6 for Kubiak.
The Ducks need to find a way, David, to win a series. That's what they haven't done in over a month now. You go back to early August, they took 2 of 3 from Somerset. But since then, they have lost 7 straight series and are winless in their last 9 series now. 7 losses, 2 ties. So, again, when the playoffs roll around, you're playing a best of 5, hopefully followed by another best of 5. Got to find a way to win the series if you can't win every game.
It's Phelan Lantini at the plate, and he's first pitch swinging, and he hits it foul territory right side. That's going to make it well into the stands, into the second section. As I take a look at the game-by-game details, I believe when the Ducks took 2 out of 3 from Somerset, they hit their high watermark for the second half.
That's
18 and 12, 6 games over 500, and have since gone 7 and 20.
Yeah, again, it's a tough stretch. They just can't get any traction, put together a little winning streak. But again, now is the time. 13 games to go. You still can, again, get everybody through the rotation 2 more times, get Lou Ford back and hot. Things can change in a hurry.
0-1 pitch. Lantini with a big hack. He was on it, just missed it. Fouled it straight back. No balls and 2 strikes. Lantini is 1 for 2. He is flied to right. He singled to left. He drove in the Ducks' lone run, and moments later stole his 45th base of the season. Next pitch is inside. It's 1-2.
I remember, David, back to 2012. The Ducks won the first half. They actually finished in last in the second half, but got hot when it mattered in the playoffs and won the championship. So it can happen.
There you go. 1-2 pitch on the way. A curveball hit into the plate. Swinging bunt taken by the catcher, Alex Marquez.
Foul ball.
Yeah, now the same foul because Lantini would have had an infield single right there. We have seen that several times in this game. Big swings and little numbers in front of the plate. So Alex Marquez for the Fish, and for the Long Island Ducks, catcher Mike Dowd have been busy springing up out of the crouch and getting to those balls hit just a few inches or a couple of feet in front of the plate.
And no doubt would have been a hit for Lantini with the way he runs, David. So that takes one away, but he's still got another chance to get it right back.
With that 45th steal, he's 45 for 50 in the stolen base department at age 39. Did we mention that? Yes, we'll mention it again. 1-2 pitch, again fouled out of play to the right side. 1-2. Lantini, along with Lou Ford, so many Ducks, but especially Lantini and Ford, they are what I have called the last several seasons stop and turn around players. You're going up the aisle to the concession, you hear their name mentioned, you stop and you turn around.
Absolutely.
You have to watch them.
And again, 39 and 40 years old are Lantini and Ford.
How about that? A combined 79. 1-2 pitch on the way, and that one is slapped. Lantini staying alive, just slapping that out of play to the right side. 1-2.
And again, I've talked about the numbers all year, David, but for Lantini, he leads the league in so many categories. You want to look inside those numbers, though. He scored 96 runs. He has scored 22 more runs than any other player in the league.
Far and away the leader in that department as the ball skips away from the catcher, Alex Marquez, and the throw across is in time. So that goes as a strikeout, and then 2-3. So Lantini tried to check his swing. It was outside, skipped away from Marquez. So that almost went as a wild pitch, and Lantini would have been on, but he was thrown out. So that is strikeout number 7 for Kubiak, and goes 2-3. Lantini could not beat it up.
So Kubiak struck out 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5. It's almost like the Long Island native getting stronger as the game goes along here.
And here's Delta Cleary Jr., who has 1 of those 4 hits against Kubiak, a single back in the first inning, but was thrown out by right fielder Wellington Dotel, trying to stretch it to a double. Backdoor breaking ball lands outside the strike zone, stays in the backyard, if you will. It's 1 ball and no strikes. And in that backyard, a lot of pooches. We got the dogs here tonight. We continue with the K9 theme. 1-0 pitch inside, 2 balls and no strikes to Delta. Again, 1 for 2 tonight. So bring your pooch, your canine, your puppy, your doggy to the game tonight. Bark in the Park night. We've got sections that are set aside for you. 2-0 pitch right over the head of Kubiak and into center field. Boy, all 6'7" Kubiak nearly grabbed that one, but Delta now 2 for 3. He is on with 2 down, and the tying run comes to the plate in the person of Lou Ford.
Well, that's all you wanted, right? Get Lou Ford to the plate with a chance to tie this ball game. And let's see what the former MVP of the Atlantic League can do here in a big spot.
Ford, of course, spent a good chunk of this season on the sidelines, injured, and is now DHing. He's fouled out and hit into a fielder's choice when Phelan Lantini got hung up between second and third. So Lou is 0 for 2 tonight, came into the game at 3:23 and taking off and stealing a base. At second base is Delta Cleary Jr. So Delta with his speed and his 29th steal of the season, trailing by 2 runs, that's not necessarily what you're looking for, but Delta was able to do it, so no harm done.
I agree with you, David. A big risk with 2 outs and Lou Ford at the plate. Again, you're on base. That's all that matters to me. But Delta got that monster jump, and again, Marquez threw from his knees, just a little lollipop down there, no chance to get him.
With the Dogs watching, it's Lou Fido Ford at the plate, and a fastball misses. It's 1-1 to Lou.
Yeah, Lou essentially missed 3 months, David, with that hamstring injury. All of June, July, and August, basically. Came back a little bit in June just to help the Ducks clinch the first half, and then finally returned in late August.
1-1 the count to Ford at the plate. And he swings at a fastball that had plenty of pop. That was high cheese. And Lou unable to reach it. It's 1-2. That's why they call it nagging hamstring injuries. Just when you think it's okay, whatever, you could feel a little tweak again. You could suffer so many setbacks. But Lou is back in the lineup. Everybody glad to see it. Stroke down the left field line. If it's fair, that will score a run. It's up against the wall. Coming in to score easily is Delta Cleary Jr. Lou Fido Ford with an RBI single down the left field line, making a double. Ducks now trail 3-2. So how about that? Lou Ford with a run-scoring double, his first hit of the game. 6th hit for the Ducks, and they're right back in it, trailing by 1.
That might be it for David Kubiak. His manager, the Machete Luis Rodriguez, out to talk to the big right-hander, and he wants the truth here. What do you have left, kid? And Kubiak's going to have to tell him. He's only had 1 7-inning outing all year, David Kubiak. That was in Southern Maryland on August the 17th, but Rodriguez has heard what he's needed to keep him in there. And now a chance to tie the game for the Ducks if Cody Puckett can bring home Ford with a 2-out base hit.
So Cody Pitbull Puckett tonight is 1 for 2. He has flied out and singled up the middle in the 4th inning. Lou Ford with an RBI double down the left field line for Lou, RBI number 27 on the season. Righty-righty matchup here. Kubiak against Puckett. Pitch on the way and fouled in and out of the mitt of Alex Marquez. No balls and a strike to Cody.
The first extra base hit of the night for the Ducks. They had 5 singles until Ford put it into the left field corner for a 2-bagger.
All right, Kubiak had retired 6 in a row and struck out Vega and Lantini to start the 6th inning. Looked basically unhittable.
Yep.
Until Delta Cleary Jr. with a single up the middle, a hard smash single. Stole his 29th base of the year, and then Lou Ford with a double down the left field line. Puckett at the plate with a chance to tie. Bottom of the 6th, Ducks trail 3-2. Puckett reaching for a slider that landed outside the strike zone. No balls and 2 strikes. A good pitch there from Kubiak.
Well, Cody Puckett's done it all year long, David. 65 runs batted in, coming in, trailing only Phelan Lantini for the team lead. Can he do it here again and get another big out? A big knock with 2 outs, just like Lou Ford did.
Again, with 2 outs, Ford will be running on the quack of the bat as Puckett swings through a high fastball. So in the end, David Kubiak strikes out the side, 8 strikeouts overall, but sandwiched between the 2nd and 3rd strikeouts, a single by Delta Cleary Jr. and an RBI double from Lou Ford. The Ducks, at the end of 6, have come back to within 1 and trail the Fish 3-2.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and bench coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Long Island's Ford Giant is bigger and better than ever. Sayville Ford celebrating the grand opening of their new state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's grand opening celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's grand opening savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Well, we go to inning number 7 in a game that's scheduled for 7 innings. The Ducks trail at 3-2, and for the first time tonight, Kevin Baez goes to the bullpen. So Bobby Levin's night is done after 6 solid innings, and they bring in the left-hander, Patrick Kreider, who we mentioned earlier is a finalist for Ducks MVP. In fan voting, he is one of 5 you can select as the team's MVP. The reason why, in 55 appearances this year, the lefty has a 3-1 record, a 1.16 earned run average. He's thrown 38 2/3 innings, allowing only 18 hits. He's walked 26, struck out 33, and the opposition, David, is batting only 143 against Patrick Kreider.
Those numbers are eye-popping. And Kreider, his job to keep this deficit no greater than 1. The Ducks trail 3-2. This is the top of the 7th. Again, not a 9-inning affair here. These are back-to-back 7-inning games in this back-to-back doubleheader tonight, this twin bill. So, here you go, Andy Chavez, the former New York Met, the former Major Leaguer, who is 1 for 2 with a sacrifice tonight. Chavez, the leading hitter in the Atlantic League coming into the game tonight at 342, and with his 1 for 2 night, officially at 343 now. Lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch from Kreider, right down the middle of the plate. 0-1 to Chavez. It's Chavez, Wellington Dotel, who is 3 for 3 tonight, and then the dangerous Sean Burroughs, numbers 2, 3, and 4 in the order against Patrick Kreider in the game in relief of Bobby Blevins. And there's a tapper to second base, taken on a couple of hops by Ruben Gotay. Throws over to Tyler Colvin, 1 up, 1 down.
Now, final line on Bobby Blevins tonight. 6 innings pitched. He allowed 8 hits, 3 runs, all earned. 2 walks, 1 strikeout. He threw 82 pitches tonight, 52 strikes, and only 30 balls. But, David, he's on the short end of the 3-2 score, and if the Ducks don't rally, it would be his 11th loss of the year. That would be most of any pitcher in the Atlantic League.
Well, we talked about the hard luck of Bobby Blevins.
Yep.
I mean, a gutty performance tonight, and deserving of more than an L, to be sure.
And you know what, David? It's like so many times this season for Bobby, 1 bad inning. That's it. He has that 1 big inning against, which was the 5th, where he gave up 3 runs on 3 hits. Outside of that, he threw 5 scoreless innings, scattering 5 hits in those frames.
Yeah, those first 3 innings with 2 men aboard in each of those first 3, getting out of trouble, wriggling his way out of trouble. 0-1 the count to Wellington Dotel. Again, he is 3 for 3 tonight with choppers above.
Yes.
I think my ride is here, Chris.
Oh, you wish.
You know, on Bark in the Park night, I would have thought you would have kept me on a short leash tonight, but you have not. You've given me plenty of rope. 0-2 pitch, and there's a ground ball toward the middle, taken by Dan Lyons, quickly over to his left, flips over to Tyler Colvin. 2 ground balls, 2 up and 2 down. Wellington Dotel with 2 singles and an RBI double tonight, retired for the first time by Ducks pitching.
Well, David, I hate to tell you, but I think that's one of the canines that has that chopper waiting. A well-regarded canine has called in the chopper for the ride home.
Why not? Probably a doggy that lives out in the Hamptons.
Yeah.
One of those diamond leashes,
Yeah,
collars.
the Westminster Kennel Club champion, right? Kennel Club?
Absolutely. It's not too far from here, just to the west in New York City, Madison Square Garden, of course. Sean Burroughs, 0 for 3 tonight. And he takes a strike right down the middle. 0-1 to Sean, who has flied out, hit into a fielder's choice, and bounced out.
You mentioned it, David. He has hit 400 for the Bluefish since the Ducks traded him there back on July 31st.
Next pitch is a fastball or a hard slider. Lands outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I was looking at that 400 average, Dave. In the 31 games he's played for the Bluefish, only 5 times has he not had a hit. 5.
Wow. Well, he picked it up back with the Bluefish.
And here's another one.
He streaks it, and another diving catch by Anthony Vega. Second time of the game, Vega has made a sliding, tumbling, diving catch. Sean Burroughs lines out to Vega, and the dogs are howling down the left field line. Bark in the Park night. The Pooch is having a great time. So is everyone else. 3 up and 3 down. Can the Ducks come back to bite the Bluefish? We'll see. We go to the bottom of the 7th in a 7-inning affair, and the Ducks trail 3-2.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Nick Struck, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up. It's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season. And with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Well, in a game scheduled for 7, we go to the bottom of the 7th. Ducks trail at 3-2, and the Bluefish go to their first reliever. He's the former New York Yankee and right-hander David Carpenter, making his 32nd appearance of the year, all in relief, 1-0 record and a 3.52 earned run average. He does have 4 saves, and this is a save situation for him. In 30 2/3 innings, he's allowed 31 hits. He's walked a dozen and struck out 35, so he's nearly 3-1 strikeout-to-walk ratio. Opposition batting .267 against him. And, David, you don't see this too much, but a guy who pitched last year in the major leagues with the New York Yankees in David Carpenter.
And he will be facing Dan Lyons, Ruben Gotay, and Tyler Colvin, numbers 6, 7, and 8 in the Ducks order, as the Ducks try to tie or waddle off with a win on Bark in the Park night. And Carpenter, as so many relievers do, pitching from the stretch, although no one's on. And the first pitch is right down the middle for a strike to Dan Lyons, who's 0 for 2. He has bounced out, hit into a fielder's choice. So Kubiak, 6 innings pitched, 6 hits, gave up 2 runs, 8 strikeouts, didn't walk anybody. I believe, Chris, only one of those 2 runs was earned.
Correct, yep.
We'll check that out. Next pitch is outside, but I believe the run should have been earned. This is one of my pet peeves about Major League Baseball. It was Kubiak who committed the error.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't that run be earned?
You're right.
Very strongly about that. It's kept me up at night. Because I basically have no life. 1-1 the count to Dan Lyons. Dan just wants to get on here. Ducks trail by 1. They're 1 swing of the bat away from extending it, but would love a base runner. Next pitch had the plate but low. 2 balls and a strike to Lyons. Again, Kubiak did not walk a man in this game. But Dan now out in front in the count, 2-1.
And the 8 strikeouts tied his season high for Kubiak.
Carpenter deliberate on the mound, looking for the sign from Alex Marquez. Ducks had a 1-0 lead. 3 runs scored in the top of the 5th by Bridgeport, and then 1 in the bottom of the 6th for the Long Island Ducks to draw closer and trail at 3-2. Count now 2-2 to Dan Lyons as he takes a strike, just nipping the outside portion of the plate. Ducks with 2 runs, 6 hits. Bridgeport 3 runs, 8 hits. And the Bluefish, as we mentioned moments ago, committing the only error of the game. That came on an errant throw from David Kubiak, the pitcher. Carpenter's 2-2 to Lyons. He spoils it, fouls it out of play to the right side. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dan Dachshund Lyons tonight.
The Ducks have had 5 waddle-off wins this year, including 1 against the Bluefish, and that was that Tyler Colvin grand slam that beat him 8-4 in the bottom of the 9th back on July 21st.
And Colvin will be the 3rd man up in this inning. Righty-righty matchup. Carpenter's pitch. Ground ball. Shortstop. Luis Hernandez takes it. Throw across is true to Sean Burrows. 1 up, 1 down. So it'll be up to Ruben Gotay now. Gotay, of course, with home run power. He has 7 homers on the season. But at the very least, he wants to try to find his way on anyway, anyhow. Gotay is 0 for 2 tonight. He's flied out to left, and he was one of the 8 strikeout victims of David Kubiak. Gotay batting from the left side. Humid evening for the most part, and there is very little breeze. What there is blowing toward right field, but it is very soft, almost imperceptible. Pitch to Gotay, well inside, skips to the backstop. 1 ball, no strike to Ruben. And tonight on Bark in the Park night, we have gone with Ruben Greyhound Gotay, with Tyler the Terrier Colvin on deck. Dogs are quiet right now, but they will start barking wildly if the Ducks can get something going. Carpenter coming set, 1-0 pitch on the way. Downstairs, 2 balls and no strikes to Gotay.
And again, don't forget we do another game to follow this one, a 7-inning affair. This time a pair of lefties go head-to-head as Jarrett Leverett will make his home debut for Long Island against Matthew Spann, the lefty for the Bluefish, who's pitching in just his 4th game with Bridgeport.
Gotay standing in there as Carpenter resets on the mound. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the 7th. Last inning of this game unless the Ducks can extend it. 2-0 pitch on the way, and that is right down Carlton Avenue. Or should we say Courthouse Drive.
There you go.
Right across the way. 2 balls and a strike. The parking is free. You can bring your pets. It's a nice night for a ball game. You got another ball game to go. If you can rush here, you can catch the end of this one. 2-1 pitch on the way is inside. 3 balls and a strike.
Yeah, Ducks are hoping this one has a long way to go, David, if they can tie it here in the 7th or waddle off win it. And again, we're expecting about a 30-minute break between games if you're still thinking about coming on out for the 2nd game tonight.
First game began at 6, which may have caught some folks by surprise. That's obviously 35 minutes earlier than your normal starting time on a weeknight game. 3-1 pitch on the way to Gotay is inside. He's aboard. Tying run is at first base. That's Ruben Gotay, and that is the first walk of the game issued by Bridgeport pitching. Another Municipal Credit Union with a walk with purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, Quackajack Foundation wins.
I believe the Ducks are also going to pinch run here with Carlos Hughes at first base. Let me confirm that, David. Yes, Carlos Hughes, is the pinch runner for Ruben Gotay at first.
And by the way, with a canine theme tonight, it is not easy to find a breed that starts with the letter H. But I did. Carlos Habanez Hughes.
There you go.
He's aboard. He's got the speed. And Tyler Colvin is at the plate. Pitch to Tyler. Home run hack.
Yep.
Fouls it straight down. That was in and out of the mid and may have caught a piece of catcher Alex Marquez, who's walking it off.
Yep. He is going to tough it out here as the Bluefish earlier today actually signed the Ducks bullpen catcher, Greg DePalma, as their emergency backup. So Marquez might have to catch both games of this doubleheader. And Luis Rodriguez, who knows, he might have put himself in there. Go back to player coach, a longtime catcher, Luis Rodriguez, who is the rookie skipper of these Bridgeport Bluefish, trying to get him to the postseason. And a guy who wears number 9 on his back, David, because he has won 9 championships in his incredible career as a player.
Where he goes, championships follow, and it is no coincidence.
Yep.
And he probably could still play easily.
Yep.
Carlos Hughes has attempted 1 steal this season, was caught. He's taking a fairly healthy lead, being held on by Sean Burrows at first. Coming set, Carpenter. And the pitch to Colvin is stroked to right field. Wellington Dotel is going back to the warning track and makes the grab. Retreating to first is Carlos Hughes. Boy, the Terrier, Tyler Colvin, gave that one a ride. No help from any breeze whatsoever. That was within a whisker of being a waddle-off 2-run homer. Instead, 2 outs in the 7th.
That was crazy, David. Wellington Dotel, the right fielder, actually came in 3 or 4 steps before he realized, no, that's over my head. And then he still got back to make the grab in front of the warning track, and that ball was not hit high in the air at all. So he did a good job of recovering, but boy, was he fooled initially on a ball hit right at him.
So Hughes still at first base, 2 down. Ducks down to their final out. Mike Dowd, who has 3 homers on the season, is at the plate. Can't pull the trigger, takes a strike down the middle, 0-1 to Dowd, who has struck out twice in this game. Ducks trail by 1. It's a 7-inning affair, and this is the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Ducks. Carlos Hughes takes his lead. Carpenter comes set on the mound. The 0-1 pitch on the way is a ground ball, second base. The flip from Rodriguez to Hernandez. The force play 4-6, and that will do it. The Ducks threaten, get a runner on, but do not score. The 7 innings are in the books. The Ducks are done and lose it 3-2. The Doggies, all the pooches on Bark in the Park night down the left field line. are whining and sad. Some even learn to quack. Ducks lose 3-2.
Now, tough one tonight for the Long Island Ducks, David, as the Bluefish are out and form the victory handshake line across the infield. So they won it 3-1 here Monday afternoon in game one of this four-game set. They take it 3-2 tonight as the Ducks come up just a run short. The final numbers in this one for the Bluefish: 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. They leave 7. For the Ducks, 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors. They strand 4. The winner is David Kubiak. He moves to 7-4. The loser, Bobby Blevins, he drops to 2-11. And David Carpenter picks up the save, his 5th of the season. The game played in a very efficient 1 hour and 56 minutes before many pooches down the left field line that feel very bad about this loss, but they are hoping for a big-time rally in Game 2 tonight, David. That'll again start sometime around 8:30, about a half-hour break between games here this evening.
You know what we have to do? We have to ring a bell, because Pavlov would actually do that to get those doggies
yes,
to
that's
salivate.
right. That's right.
They would salivate, and a few of them are actually, growling right now to get the Ducks motivated for Game 2.
Well, Wellington Dotel is going to be our player of the game. He went 3 for 4 with a pair of singles, a double, a run scored, and a run knocked in. And the Ducks will hope to bounce back with a newcomer on the hill, a gentleman they just traded for, Jarrett Leverett, the left-hander coming over from the New Britain Bees. Again, it'll be his first home game as a Duck, and also a newcomer goes for Bridgeport, left-hander Matt Spann, who will be pitching in just his 4th game of the year for the Bluefish. So Long Island dropped the first 2, David. It is a 4-game series. If they can split the doubleheader and then win tomorrow, they can split the 4-game set against their cross-sound rivals. But tough loss again for Bobby Blevins tonight, who had one bad inning. And in that inning, the top of the 5th, the Bluefish scored the only 3 runs they would need to win this game.
Now, that's a quality outing. A 6-inning effort, 8 hits, 3 runs, all earned. Struck out 1, walked 2. But again, deserved better than the loss that is hung on him, because like the true bulldog he is on Bark in the Bark night, Bobby gave it the best he had. The Ducks just came up a buck short.
Well, again, David, great working with you. It's the final homestand of the regular season. I don't think you and I will sit here again until the playoffs, but we do know there will be playoffs for the Long Island Ducks this year, obviously winning the first half. So, David, I think it's the most fun we've had together in the 17 years we've done this. We've played some of the many highlight calls that you had in our intro tonight. You did an unbelievable job of being incredibly creative all year long, and tonight may have outdone yourself with all the doggy nicknames.
Well, I don't work with anybody better than the Kinger, Chris King. Everybody knows just how good he is, no matter what sport he is calling. I am so happy to work with you, Chris. I am going to beg right now and then roll over.
David, we'll see you in the playoffs.
You got it.
All right, so again, Game 2 will follow in about 30 minutes. That one you can catch on the web only at liducks.com and youtube.com/ducksbaseball. So, again, we will be leaving our flagship radio station, 103.9 LI News Radio, Long Island's home for news, traffic, weather, and Ducks baseball. Our thanks to Zach Johnston, who did a great job tonight pushing the buttons. And in between our 2 games here, we'll bring you the audio of the Ducks Championship DVD 2004, a Season 2 Remember. But again, the Ducks dropped the opener of this doubleheader tonight to the Bridgeport Bluefish. 3-2 is the final. Back on the website with Game 2 at approximately 8:30 tonight. We'll talk to you then, everybody. Thanks so much. Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just 1 run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, we'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks' 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys, and we all clicked from the very beginning. And our mission was, you know, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that fifth day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever, and keeps everybody loose up to that point, and then it's business day.
I expect to win, and I expect to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, you know he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training, especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked down on the field the first day, when Pulsifer and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those two individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those two guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4, and the Ducks win the game. Final score, Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before. It was myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsifer and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long were we going to have them for, which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and but it hurts our team club, and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to major league organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid, and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs. All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
The 3-game series with Bridgeport during the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you've been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, we knew that if we just went in and played 1 game at a time, which is, of course, very cliche, but yet is very applicable for the situation. You know, if we win the first couple of games, you know, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, you know, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game of that last night when it was raining. We were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off. And so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And you know, it came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was like kind of mind-boggling. It was like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings, and just all it takes is we finish 9 innings. You know, the next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie, with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played in its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
Well, so we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards one game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was you know, high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August 9th game.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, they would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. You know, just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. We have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, Camara, Barty, or Pulsford is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change things.
They were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. As I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One, to get back to organizations, and the other, getting the playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Ricard.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Camara Barti's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kane.
Delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside, and Kane works ahead 0-2.
And a chance for Camara to get some retribution, Lou, as it was Camara Barti who popped out to second base back in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded and 1 away. So he gets another chance here to at least drive in 1 run if he can bring in Cole Liniak from second.
0-2 pitch, swung on and drilled to deep left field. Going back is Otanez. It's gone! A home run for Barti. A 2-run shot. And we are all tied at 4.
Well, for Camara Barti, his team-leading 18th home run.
We were down early, so we were like, all right, now we got to fight back. But once you hit that 2-run home run and we're dead even, it's a whole new game. It's like, all right, it's 0-0. Now it's our game. We have the momentum. Let's take it. Let's go all the way with this.
Now Andrew Salvo. Be interesting to see if he tries to bunt here.
I would think so.
Bridgeport thinking bunt. Lualoa now coming in at 3rd, and Salvo bunts it. It's a good-looking bunt, and they're going to go to first. For a second, Sherman thought about going to second, but then got the sure out at first base. Salvo does his job. Sacrifice bunt sends Rodriguez down to second, and he is the potential go-ahead run for the Ducks.
Well, Andrew Salvo practices that bunt every day in batting practice, and in the biggest spot of the season for Long Island, he comes through as manager Don McCormack there, playing small ball here in a tie game, and now he hopes that Kevin Baez, who's had the best defensive play of the game for Long Island, can come through with some offense.
Well, the Duck fans making some noise now. Baez and Justin Davies will try to give the Ducks the lead. Baez swings and lifts it deep down the right field line. Pennyfeather is there, makes the catch. Rodriguez is going to try to go. Pennyfeather's throw is into the stands, and Rodriguez will score on the overthrow. Long Island takes the lead. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Well, can you believe it? Will Pennyfeather, who had the best catch of the game for the Bluefish and one of the best arms in the Atlantic League, just threw one into the seats, into the Duck fan section. And as he did, Louis Rodriguez, who was tagging, is able to circle 3rd and score. The Ducks have their first lead of the game in the top of the 9th on a Will Pennyfeather overthrow.
With the Ducks now holding a 1-run lead, Long Island called on closer Bill Seamus for the final 3 outs.
And the Bluefish now down to their last strike.
And much like they do at Citibank Park, the Duck fans are on their feet throughout this ballpark, hundreds of them, standing and cheering for what they hope will be strike 3.
No balls, 2 strikes to Boston. Seamus gets the sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle back.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Once we got to that last inning once we brought Seamus in the 8th and we got through that, and knowing that, our cards are on the table. Everything that you kind of laid out before the game, how you want the game to go, and everything is just, it's right there for you. You just stick by your game plan that you pretty much had thought out. And when it gets down to it and it comes to, here it is, right on the table for Mr. Seamus, and the guy we've counted on the whole time. And it's like I've said before, he's one of them guys that you count on night in, night out. And it was just kind of a relaxed excitement watching him, because he just kind of manhandled Darryl Boston. It was really not much of a contest. And it was just, after that, it was such a relief, to finally get on the board with that first one, that the three of us, me, Buddy, and Dave, just kind of was embraced, and we let them do their thing on the field, and it was a relief sensation.
Following a dizzying post-game celebration, the Ducks returned to the reality of the second half. With 7 of their pitchers now gone and pitching for affiliated teams, the team struggled in the month of August, posting a record of 14-16 with a 5.63 ERA. With the key pitchers now departed, it was clear the Ducks' playoff hopes would depend on a promise made by a group of pitchers all the way back in spring training known as the Band: Bill Seamus, Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, and Lance Davis.
Those guys, upon leaving, vowed to us that if they didn't get called up to the big leagues, they'd come back, and the rest is history. Those people came back, and we played 7 consecutive one-run games.
Well, those at the end of the first half, prior to us having to reschedule the August 9th game, I remember being in the dugout and talking with Pointer about, and this is a guy that's won a World Series at the Major League level, and we both had the same feeling of playoff baseball. Doesn't matter where you're at, Little League or on up, it's just a special feeling, and that's the real reason that true baseball players play, and that's to have a chance to win a championship. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for anything like that. It's just to go out and compete at the highest level of your league, wherever it be, and you to be the top of it. It's really a special thing, winning a championship. And there's plenty of guys that play their whole careers and don't even make playoffs, let alone win a championship at any level. So it's really a special thing. And when a group of guys gets together and accomplishes something, it's camaraderie. It's a very special thing.
On September 14th, the leader of the Band, lefty Bill Pulsifer, was the first to make good on his promise to return. Within 5 days, Seamus, Beach, and Davis followed suit, and Long Island's once awe-inspiring pitching staff was back at full strength just in time for the team's first ever playoff appearance. The first playoff game in franchise history was on the road on Tuesday, September 21st, 2004 at historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. The Nashua Pride held a 10-8 advantage over the Long Island Ducks in the regular season, and they featured an explosive offense led by former Major League All-Star Dante Bichette. Despite rallying late in the game, the Ducks fell 3-2, and their playoff hopes were in danger just 1 game into the best-of-3 series.
Yeah, you'd like to, you'd like to win that first game, but we were coming back home, so I thought it was a great game, and up there we just didn't, we didn't make our move late in the game like we normally do, and then you come back here and you have all this enthusiasm. You have this 4 years of frustration, which is more in-house than it is the new players that came in. They had nothing to do with being defeated. There are a couple guys here, Justin Davies and Doug Jennings, who had gone through all these close losses for all these years, and then you have the fans who had gone through that.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. Game 1 of the Ducks doubleheader is complete. Game 2 will be coming up shortly. Stay tuned, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. After dropping Game 1 of the Atlantic League North Division playoffs in Nashua, the Ducks returned home to a raucous Citibank Park for the first home playoff game in franchise history. The sellout crowd had waited 5 years for this night to arrive. 6,322 strong and armed with thundersticks was in full throat as Bill Pulsifer headed out to the mound.
The first playoff game here at Citibank Park was obviously very personal to me and very special for me. And I've been to Super Bowls and I've been to Final Four in college basketball games and been to a tremendous amount of, played in a few championship games myself. But this was, from the time I walked from my office to my seat, it was like I was in the game. And so were 6,000 other people. This was an electric night for the fans and for our whole organization. I mean, it really felt like I had to put my chin strap on, actually, and get ready to play. Almost had that football game feeling to it, not a baseball game. So it wasn't lost on anyone in the house that night how important this game was, and that we were really ready to play that baseball game.
After Pulsifer exited with a 1-run lead in the 7th inning, relievers Jordan Zimmerman and Joe Cotton got the game to the 8th inning for Bill Seamus, who slammed the door shut on the Nashua Pride with a 6-out save. With a 3-2 victory of their own, the Ducks were headed to the decisive Game 3, with Lance Davis headed to the hill. Davis was dazzling in Game 3, tossing 7 2/3 innings of shutout ball before giving way to Joe Cotton, who closed out the 8th inning. And while Davis was brilliant, his counterpart on Nashua, former Duck Denny Harriger, was equal to the task, leaving Long Island clinging to a 1-0 lead going into the final inning of play.
Interesting, we're going against Denny Harriger, who we had let go, and we always thought with Denny, if you can get him early, you're going to get him big. And we got him a little bit early, but then he settled down and pitched a great game. He really pitched a great game, and I was just amazed at the pitches he was throwing where he wanted to. But we just had better pitching that day. We had Lance Davis and we had Bill Seamus, and they didn't.
After Seamus closed out the Pride in the 9th, the Ducks had clinched the North Division title and were headed to the Atlantic League's championship round. The postgame celebration was subdued as the players in the clubhouse knew there was still one more mountain to climb. The Ducks would battle the Camden River Sharks in a best-of-5 Atlantic League Championship Series starting Friday night, September the 24th at Citibank Park in Central Islip. Game 1 of the Atlantic League Championship Series was a high-scoring affair, with Long Island leading 10-6 in the top of the 9th inning and the bases loaded. Manager Don McCormick turned to Joe Cotton to get the game's final 2 outs. For once, Long Island's bullpen didn't respond, as former Montreal Expo Chris Widger stepped to the plate and hit a grand slam home run to tie the game at 10. In extra innings, it was Justin Davies who took center stage and played the hero. The original Duck, who had amassed over 500 games in a Long Island uniform, was now in position to register his first game-winning playoff hit. Facing Camden's Evan Thomas with Jason Johnson on third and 2 outs, Davies lined the shot to right field with 2 strikes to deliver an 11-inning, 4-hour and 22-minute Ducks win, and a 1-0 series advantage heading into Saturday night's Game 2.
We were on Game 1 of the championship series. The game's tied. I think it was in the 11th inning or 12th inning. I know it was extra innings, and
It's Chris King back live at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. Just about set for Game 2 of our doubleheader. Again, a pair of 7-inning games. The Bluefish took the opener by the score of 3-2. The Ducks will look to grab the nightcap here. As on the hill, you see Jarrett Leverett, the newest member of the Long Island Ducks, going through his warm-ups. The starting lineups first for the visiting Bridgeport Bluefish. Louis Hernandez will lead off at shortstop. Jose Cuevas, the third baseman, will bat second. Jonathan Galvez, the first baseman, hits third. And the cleanup man is the newcomer, Geraldo Valentin, the left fielder. Angelis Nunez, the right fielder, batting fifth. Luis Nunez, the second baseman, hitting sixth. Josh Fitters will DH and bat seventh. Alex Marquez will catch and hit eighth. And Anthony Giansanti will be the center fielder and 9-man. All of that in support of the left-hander, Matt Spann, who will make his 4th appearance of the season for the Bluefish. We'll run you through the Ducks order when they come up to the plate, but we are just about set for baseball. Again, it is Jared Leverett, the 26-year-old left-hander from Eatonton, Georgia, stands 6'3", 195 pounds on the hill tonight for Long Island. Just came over in a trade from the New Britain Bees, and he makes his first home appearance in just his 2nd game as a Duck. So he'll start against Luis Hernandez, the switch-hitting shortstop who's in, and the first pitch of our 2nd game is in there for a strike. We are underway. So 8:32 is the time of our first pitch. Again, a 7-inning game between the Ducks and the Bluefish. Hernandez takes down and in, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Louis on the season, batting .280, a homer, and 51 runs batted in. Leverett's 1-1 is taken the other way, but foul down the right field line. So a ball and 2 strikes on Hernandez, who went 0 for 3 in the opener, did walk and score a run in the Bluefish 3-2 victory. So the Ducks have dropped the first 2 games of this series. The Bluefish won the Labor Day matinee here Monday 3-1. And Hermine washed them out last night, so that's the reason we're playing a double dip here tonight. Call 3rd strike on Luis Hernandez, so good start for Jarrett Leverett as he picks up a strikeout here in the top of the 1st. Well, behind Leverett tonight, he's got Tyler Colvin at first base, Matt Wessinger at 2nd, Dan Lyons the shortstop, and Cody Puckett at 3rd. Anthony Vegas in left, Delta Cleary Jr. in center, Phelan Lantini in right, and Mike Blank does the catching. So 1 away, and here's Jose Cuevas, the 3rd baseman and 2-man from the right side. Leverett stares into Blank, kicks and comes home. The big lefty's pitch is in there, says home plate umpire Warren Nicholson. He's joined by J.B. Torres at first and Fred DeJesus around at 3rd. So Ducks have dropped 2 straight and 6 of their last 7. Bluefish have now won 2 in a row. The 0-1 is low and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, Bridgeport started the night 2nd place in the Liberty Division, 3 games back of the 1st place Somerset Patriots. Ducks last in the Liberty, but again, they won the first half championship, and they've guaranteed their playoff spot come September 21st. Swing and a miss here, and the count 1-2 on Cuevas. A .274 hitter on the year. He's tied for the team lead with 9 homers, and he leads Bridgeport with 58 runs batted in. Real nice opening game for Cuevas. 2 for 3, a single, a double, a run, and a ribby. The 1-2 is taken the other way, foul down the right field line, and the count holds on Jose Cuevas. Well, here at Bethpage Ballpark, we go 400 feet to dead center field, 325 down the lines, and no wind to speak of at all as the 3 flags down the right field line are hanging limp. Be another 1-2 pitch here from the lefty thrower to the righty hitter. And that a check swing, they appeal to first. And J.B. Torres says he held up, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. It is a winning inning Wednesday, so each and every inning, 1 lucky Duck fan will have the chance to win $10,000. And here in the top of the 1st, though, the Ducks needed to turn a triple play, and obviously that can't happen once Luis Hernandez strikes out looking. So no winning inning Wednesday in this inning, but we still got 6 more to go. Little tapper in front of the plate. The catcher, Mike Blank, fields, fires in the dirt, and Tyler Colvin can't dig it out. Taking second base is Jose Cuevas. So Blank put it down low for Colvin, who tried to grab it on 1 hop. We'll see how they score it, whether he'll get a hit or just a straight error. But a man at second and 1 away for the Bluefish here to open the game.
Taking the 3rd position, the first baseman, number 34. Jonathan Galvez, number 34.
So it looks like it's just going to be a straight 2-base error on catcher Mike Blank, the E2, which puts Cuevas at second. And here's Jonathan Galvez, the first baseman and 3-man from the right side. So chance for the Fish to jump in front as Leverett checks second base. His pitch way up high for ball 1. In the opening game, Ducks actually took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 4th. But the Bluefish scored all 3 of their runs in the 5th inning. Ducks got one in the 6th to get within 1, but would get no closer, and they fell by the final score of 3-2. 1-0 is in there for a strike. 1-1 now to Jonathan Galvez. A .285 hitter, 9 homers, 47 knocked in. And now they count 1-1 on him. Check of second, the pitch, up and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. So again, Jared Leverett just coming over to the Ducks August the 28th That completed a trade that the Ducks had made back on August 1st when they sent pitcher Kevin Vance to the New Britain Bees. So they get the lefty Leverett, and he is a starter for Long Island in this rotation who misses up and away, and the count 3-1. He pitched 28 games with New Britain, 10 starts there, 18 relief appearances, 4-7 record, and a 3.56 earned run average. So outstanding ERA in the 28 games as a New Britain Bee for Leverett. The 3-1, swing and a miss, and the count now full. In 92 2/3 innings, he allowed 114 hits. He walked 19 and struck out 68. So he's a little better than 3-1 strikeout to walk ratio. He works the count full here on Galvez. The 1-out payoff is on the outside corner, a called strike 3 as he's rung up by Warren Nicholson, and make it 2 looking strikeouts for Leverett, 2 gone.
Batting in the fourth position, the left fielder number 28, Geraldo Valentin.
So here's the newcomer, Geraldo Valentin, batting cleanup and playing left field here as the righty swinger. Made his Bluefish debut in the opening game, the 3-2 victory. And he contributed, as here he'll take a strike. In that opening game, he went 1 for 3 with a single and a run batted in. And a native of Puerto Rico is Geraldo Valentin, coming off another great season in another independent league. He played in the American Association. 0-1 is low, 1 ball and 1 strike. He was a member of the Joplin Blasters in Joplin, Missouri. And what a season he had. In 98 games as a Blaster, he hit .329, 18 homers, and knocked in 65. So a real nice pickup by the Bluefish as they push for a playoff spot. And Valentin slaps it foul down the right field line out of play, 1-2. Well, his last 3 years have all been independent ball, and he's batted .292, .333, and .301. So a couple of years right around 300 and a couple of seasons 30 points higher than 300 for Valentin. 1-2 is fouled straight back to the netting, and the count holds. So again, no score, top of the first. Bluefish have Jose Cuevas at second with 2 gone. And Valentin, who batted 6th in the lineup in the opening game, bumped up to the cleanup spot here in the nightcap by manager the machete, Louis Rodriguez. Here he bounces one to first. Tyler Colvin backs up on it, underhands the Leverett covering, and the side retired. For the Bluefish, no runs, no hits, an error, 1 man left. Middle of the first at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York tonight. It's the Bridgeport Bluefish nothing, and the Long Island Ducks coming to bat.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and bench coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Oh, I love it. The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolot walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark.
Well, we go to the bottom of the first. No score between the Ducks and the Bluefish. For Long Island tonight, Anthony Vega leads it off in left field. Phelan Lentini, the two-man in right. Delta Cleary Jr. bats third and center. And Cody Puckett is the cleanup hitter at third base. Dan Lyons, the shortstop, bats fifth. Ruben Gotay in the six-hole will DH. Batting seventh, it's Mike Blank, the catcher. Hitting eighth, Tyler Colvin, the first baseman. And Matt Wessinger plays second base and bats ninth. On the hill tonight for the Bridgeport Bluefish is the 25-year-old left-hander from Columbia, Tennessee. 6'6", 185-pound Matthew Spann, a huge lefty who makes his fourth appearance of the season with the Bluefish and his third start, a 2-0 record and a 4.72 earned run average for Spann, who made his Bluefish debut August the 21st against the Somerset Patriots. So the first to face him, Anthony Vega, the left-swinging left fielder for Long Island, and he takes the first pitch into center field. Giansanti going back in the gap, makes the running catch for the first out. What a job by Giansanti, getting a huge jump and taking away an extra base hit from the speedy Anthony Vega. Well, defensively behind Spann tonight, it is Jonathan Galvez at first, Luis Nunez at second, Luis Hernandez at short, and Jose Cuevas at third. Geraldo Valentin is the left fielder, Anthony Giansanti in center with that nice catch, Angelis Nina in right, and Alex Marquez the catcher. So one away, here's Phelan Lentini, the two-man and right fielder for Long Island from the right side. And Spann's first pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Lentini batting .313, sixth best average in the Atlantic League, 9 homers, and he leads Long Island with 68 runs batted in. Did that hit him in tight? He doesn't act as if it did. So I believe it's just going to be 1-1 on Lentini. Actually may have got the home plate umpire. So I heard that contact, and I believe it's home plate umpire Warren Nicholson who was nicked by that ball, and the trainer for the Bluefish out to have a look. So I'll give you Matthew Spann's numbers overall. Again, 3 games with the Fish since joining them on August the 21st. 2 of those starts, 1 in relief. 2-0 record, 4.72 earned run average. In 13 1/3 innings, he's allowed 16 hits. He's walked 11, struck out 12. But he is coming off a wild game, his last outing on Thursday in Bridgeport against York. He took a no decision in an 8-7 loss, but in 4 2/3 innings, he gave up 8 hits and 6 runs all earned. He walked 8 men in a little over 4 innings of work and struck out 4. So Luis Rodriguez and third base umpire Fred DeJesus, everybody checking on Warren Nicholson, who apparently took that pitch from Matthew Spann and is fine, and he'll continue here. 1-1 count on Lentini, who in the opening game went 1 for 3 with a single, a stolen base, and a run batted in. Takes this one the other way down the right field line, but it's slicing out of play, and that will bounce off the warning track, skip into the seats, and some youngsters chasing that ball. Well, it is Bark in the Park night, and we had many of the dogs down the left field line in the opening game, their owners. Still see a couple of scooting around down there, their tails wagging all over the place. So anytime you can bring man's best friend to a ball game, it's got to be a great night. It is a beautiful night for baseball, and many fans taking advantage and bringing their pets to the game. 1-2 here, a slow comebacker to Spann on the hill. Fields fires, and he does get the speedy Lentini for the second out.
Taking the third position from the Long Island Ducks, was center fielder number 5, Delta Cleary Jr., number 5.
So to bring up the 3-man and center fielder, switch hitting Delta Cleary Jr. will bat righty here against the southpaw Spann. Cleary with a 4th best average in the Atlantic League at start of play tonight. He's now at .319, 2 homers, 46 driven in. Takes up high for ball 1. Delta had a nice opening game. 2 for 3 with a pair of singles, a stolen base, and a run scored. 1-0 is taken the other way into right field. It'll get down for a base hit. So Nina up with it quickly, a 2-out opposite field single for Delta.
Trying to get a cleanup position for Long Island. Here's the third baseman, number 2, Cody Puckett, number 2.
So again, first base hit of the game for either team. And here's the cleanup man and third baseman from the right side for Long Island. It's Cody Puckett, a .277 hitter, 8 homers, 65 driven in. Keep an eye on Delta. He's second on the team with 29 steals. has been caught 9 times at a stolen base, as we mentioned in the opening game. And here, missing away, is Matt Spann for ball 1. No major league experience for Spann, who pitched from rookie through AAA ball in both the Rays and Nationals organizations. Spann's 1-0 will be delayed. Ooh, looked like Delta was going. He was leaning the wrong way and then just got back as Spann fired over there. So he'll walk his lead right to the cutout as Jonathan Galvez holds him on. 1-0 the count on Cody Puckett. No score last of the first, and this time he did pick him off. So on the next attempt over, Delta Cleary Jr. is picked off by Matt Spann, and that will end the first for Long Island. No runs a hit, nobody left. No score after 1 in Central Islip.
Hi, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Municipal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of the Long Island Ducks. For 100 years, MCU has helped New Yorkers achieve their goals with competitive financial products and services. Meet your important or unexpected needs with an MCU personal loan. Whether it's the cost of moving, a family vacation, or even home repairs, an MCU personal loan is a simple solution. To learn more about how an MCU personal loan can work for you, visit nymcu.org today. MCU, celebrating 100 years of service.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Well, the Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. No score as we head to the bottom of the second inning. It's Chris King at Bethpage Ballpark. We thank you so much for tuning in to Ducks Baseball tonight around the world at liducks.com and, of course, at youtube.com/DucksBaseball. Jarrett Leverett on the hill, the lefty for Long Island. Overall, his numbers this year between the Ducks and the New Britain Bees. This is his 30th game of the season and his 12th start, a 4-8 record and a 3.92 earned run average. In 98 2/3 innings, he's allowed 123 hits. He's walked 21 and struck out 71. So Leverett, who pitched a scoreless first without allowing a base hit, starts with a 5-man. Angelis Nina, the right fielder, from the right side for the Bluefish. Leverett's pitch is up high for a ball, and the count 1-0. Nina, a .279 hitter, 4 homers, 26 runs batted in, did not play in the opening game as both managers put some of their players who sat out the first game here in the second. Takes this one into center field. Delta Cleary Jr. slightly to his right, a one-handed grab for the first out. So good start for Leverett in his home debut. And here's Luis Nunez.
Batting in the 6th position, Bluefish second baseman number 23, Luis Nunez, number 23.
Nunez, the second baseman and 6-hitter, a right-handed batter as well. .235 average, a pair of homers. He's knocked in 38, that's 5th on the Bluefish. And again, he too set out the opening game, a 3-2 Bridgeport victory. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. No major league experience for Leverett, A ball only in the Giants organization. And he's also pitched in the Independent Frontier League and the American Association as well. Originally a Twins pick back in the 2012 draft, as this one is grounded down the left field line and soccer kicked by Luis Rodriguez there, the first-year skipper of the Bridgeport Bluefish, and the count 0-2. So for Leverett, first year with the Ducks, first year in the Atlantic League, and just his 3rd year of pro ball. 0-2 is way up high. The Twins signed him out of Georgia Southern, the native of Eatonton, Georgia. Played his college baseball at Georgia Southern. No score, top of the second. Nunez down a ball and 2 strikes to the big left-hander. Here's his pitch, and that poked the other way, out of play down the right field line. And the count remains 1-2. So again, the problem for the Ducks continues to be offense. They have lost 6 of their last 7 games, and in those 6 losses, they have scored 1 or 2 runs only in all 6 games. Swing and a miss, he struck him out, so 3 strikeouts already for Leverett, and there's 2 gone.
Section 205.
So 2 away, nobody on. And here's the DH and 7-man, Josh Vitters. He sat out the opener, too, as Leverett kicks and comes home. And that in the dirt for ball 1. Vitters a .230 hitter. Has homered 5 times and driven in 25, but these 2 teams have hit the fewest home runs in the Atlantic League. The Bluefish have hit only 58. That's the fewest long balls of any team. And the Ducks have hit only 77, as Leverett gets a called strike here. And the count now 1-1. So Leverett a chance for a 1-2-3 if he can get Vitters, the designated hitter. Pops this one out of play down the right field line, and it's 1-2. Might be able to hear some of those dogs if you listen closely. Well, the youngster chanting, "Let's go Ducks," but listening closely, you hear those barking dogs as this one's in a center field. Delta Cleary Jr. in a step, and then back a couple, makes the grab, and 1-2-3 go the Fish. We go to the bottom of the second, no score in CI.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, PSEG Long Island customers. Want to learn how to save on your electric bill? Here's one way. You can save up to $100 each year by simply replacing 10 incandescent bulbs with CFL or LED bulbs. Want to save even more? Take our online home energy survey. It's free, it takes just 10 minutes to complete, and it may save you hundreds more. Find out about our energy efficiency programs at www.psegliny.com/savemoney.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Well, folks, there's no better time than now to sign up your young Ducks fan in your life for the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Ducks Kids Club. Now, children 14 and under will receive exciting gifts, discounts on merchandise, and unique experiences that only come with being a member. Sign up today by visiting liducks.com or calling 631-940-3825. No score as we head to the last of the second. We'll check in on the Ducks Health Report. That's brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. Couple of pitchers down, DJ Mitchell, Dustin Richardson, and Scott Schumann all out injured. Mark Minikazi has that ankle problem, and Ducks closer Todd Coffey not available for this game. He tweaked his back a little bit, and Kevin Baez hopes he will be available for this weekend. Well, it is another winning inning Wednesday. If the Ducks hit back-to-back home runs here in the bottom of the second, one lucky fan will go home $10,000 richer. Cody Puckett starts the home second in a scoreless game, and he takes a Matt Spann fastball up high for a ball, the count 1-0. Cody was at the plate when Delta Cleary Jr. was picked off first base to end the first. He takes low, and it's 2-0 now to the Ducks cleanup man, Cody Puckett. So this is the final winning inning Wednesday of the regular season for Long Island. As here, Spann misses, and the count 3-0. And this is the second year of this promotion, and there have been winners each of the first 2 years. People say you can't win contests like that. It's not true. Cody takes a strike. In fact, earlier this year, it happened on a Wednesday night against these Bluefish. On May the 25th, the Ducks needed a grand slam in the bottom of the fifth. Guess what? Tyler Colvin hit a grand slam in the bottom of the fifth. Puckett fouls it away, the count full. Andrew Kratzer of Wantaw won $10,000 that night on Winning Inning Wednesday. And last year, in the first year of the promotion, on a Wednesday night in June against Southern Maryland, Ducks had to score 7 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Guess what? They scored 7 in the bottom of the 7th, and Ginny Steele of Amityville won $10,000. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So first K tonight for Matt Spann, 1 gone.
Hitting in the fifth position for Long Island, the shortstop, number 12, and Lyons, number 12.
So here's Dan Lyons, the shortstop and 5-man from the right side, a .280 hitter on the year, 7 homers, 46 runs batted in. Dan, like many Ducks of late, though, is in quite a slump as the team itself is pitching extremely well and not hitting. And talking to Kevin Baez earlier before the doubleheader began tonight, he said a couple of weeks ago was just the opposite. We weren't getting the pitching and we were hitting like crazy. So he needs to get those two together, as including this game. The Ducks only a dozen games to go now in the regular season before the playoffs begin on the road for Long Island on Wednesday night, September the 21st. Not sure where they're going yet. The 1-1 is fouled high away up on the first base side. 1-2 to Dan Lyons, who was 0 for 3 in the opening game and is now 0 for 17 in his last 7 games. That's a big-time slump for a guy that's usually very, very consistent at the plate and in the field. Little dribbler out in front of the mound, picked up by the catcher, Marquez, fires to first, and not in time. I think that might have actually hit Dan Lyons, and now he takes second base. So it is scored a base hit for Lyons, and the first time in the game the Ducks get a runner in scoring position. So he'll get the base hit, and then the throwing error on the catcher, Alex Marquez, puts him down to second. 1 away, and here's Ruben Gotay, the DH and 6-hitter, switch hitting batting right against the lefty Spann. Gotay in at .274, 7 homers, 57 ribbies. And time called here by the catcher Marquez, who wants to go out and talk to his left-hander, Matt Spann. So again, start of play tonight, Somerset Patriots were atop the Liberty Division. Bridgeport Bluefish were 3 back. New Britain 3.5 back. We'll check in on all those games and tell you how they affected the standings. Again, the Bluefish won the first game here of a doubleheader. So without saying what Somerset had done, that puts Bridgeport 2.5 out of first to see who's going to play the Ducks in the opening round, best of 5, Liberty Division Championship Series. Pitch to Gotay is inside for ball 1. Mike Blank waits on deck for Long Island. No score, bottom of the 2nd. Danny Lyons at second with 1 away for Long Island. So, again, that hit for Lyons snaps an 0 for 17 drought, his first hit in 7 games. He'll take it even though it only traveled 10 feet. Called strike on a nice backdoor curve, and the count now 1-1 on Gotay. Gotay 0 for 2 in the opener, drew a walk, the only walk the Ducks were able to work out in the 3-2 loss. Check of second, Spann's pitch. Strike on the outer edge of the knees, 1-2. And we mentioned how many different Ducks are struggling. Gotay now just 2 for 32 in his last 11 games. Ball and 2 strikes to the former New York Met, Ruben Gotay. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss as he tied him up inside. Second K for Spann, 2 away. So here's the aforementioned Mike Blank.
The catcher, number 21, Mike Blank, number 21.
Blank sat out the first game. He's batting .246. Leads Long Island with 10 homers, and he's driven in 48, but his slump, 3 for 29 in the last 10 games. So it's one thing to have a couple of players slumping, but the majority of the Ducks right now are in an offensive funk that they need to break out of here in these final 12 games of the regular season. First pitch. Some more backdoor breaking stuff. Misses away, and it's ball 1 now to Mike Blank. Somerset Patriots again atop the Liberty Division. Trying to fend off the Bluefish and the Bees. And those are the only 2 teams Somerset will play in their final 10 games of the regular season. So these teams that are chasing are going to have a chance to catch them head-to-head. Blank takes it the other way into right field for a base hit. Dan Lyons turns third. They're going to send him home. Here's the throw. Not in time. He scores standing up. And in fact, the throw is an overthrow. And taking second base is Mike Blank, who's got an RBI single and puts Long Island on top. 1-0 here in the bottom of the second. So a nice piece of 2-out hitting by Blank. Picks up his 49th run batted into the year. And on the throwing error by the right fielder, Angelis Nina, he takes second base. So 2 errors in the inning by the Bluefish. And Long Island breaks on top here in the home second. It's 1-0. Here's Tyler Colvin, the first baseman, in from the left side. 8-hitter for Long Island. Another chance to knock in a run with a base hit because of that error. Lefty, and he takes a strike, 0-1. So again, the Ducks had a 1-0 lead in the opening game, but fell 3-2. Here another 1-run advantage, and now Colvin will get an 0-1. Span's pitch, curveball, he swings over the top for strike 2. Tyler hitting 191 on the year, 3 homers, 23 knocked in. And good to see some of these Ducks like Lyons and Blank breaking these long slumps and doing it early here in the second inning of game 2 of this doubleheader. 0-2. Curve hit the other way into left center field. That will get down and split the outfielders and go all the way to the wall. Blank will score. Colvin in a second with an RBI double, and Tyler has made it 2-0 Flock in the last of the second. So Colvin ends his long drought just 2 for 21. Check that, 2 for 24 in his last 8 games coming in. So Ducks using the hits and the errors, and an early visit by the rookie skipper of the Bridgeport Bluefish, Luis Rodriguez, out to settle down his left-hander, as a very light rain has begun to come down here, and you may be able to see the folks heading for the cover of the concourse, and the dogs doing the same down the left field line. So for Tyler Colvin, RBI 24 on the year. Blank scores from second. And that is the first charged timeout for the Bluefish here in the bottom of the second. So 2 errors and 3 base hits adds up to a 2-0 Long Island lead in the bottom of the second. And here's the second baseman and 9-man from the right side, Matt Wessinger. A 204 hitter, 2 homers, 20 knocked in. Colvin off second base. First pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1. So again, the Ducks, who have not scored more than 2 runs in their last 6 straight losses, have 2 already here on the board in the home second. Swing and a miss as he went for some belt-high heat, and the count 0-2 now on Matt Wessinger. So 2-0 Ducks in the bottom of the second. Another man in scoring position at second in Colvin, but Wessinger down 2 strikes. Boy, that one had the plate, must have been low. Span can't believe it. And it's ball 1 to Matt Wessinger. Span actually pitched earlier this season with High A Potomac in the Carolina League in the Washington Nationals organization. In the air, left center field, the shortstop Hernandez going out will make the over-the-shoulder catch, and that'll retire the side. But not before the Ducks send 6 men to the plate. They scored 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 errors and leave 1. 2 in the books in Central Islip. It's the Long Island Ducks 2, the Bridgeport Bluefish 0.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Well, here in Central Islip, Ducks with a 2-0 lead as we go to inning number 3. Again, the Bluefish won the first game of this doubleheader, 3-2 earlier tonight. Elsewhere in the Atlantic League, bottom of the 9th now in Bridgewater, New Jersey at TD Bank Ballpark. The Sugarland Skeeters and the Somerset Patriots are tied at 3. Bottom of the 7th in Lancaster, PA, the New Britain Bees and Lancaster Barnstormers tied at 1. And bottom of the 9th in York, Pennsylvania, the Rebs and the Blue Crabs are tied at 4. So all 3 other games in the Atlantic League in progress are tied in the late innings. Again, a pair of ties in the 9th inning and a tie in the 7th inning. So the Ducks with the lead, and Jarrett Leverett back to work, the left-hander, against Alex Marquez, the catcher and 8-hitter for the Bluefish. And he starts him out low and inside with ball 1. Marquez, for the Fish on the year, is hitting 157, no homers, 3 runs batted in. Played 10 games with York, hit only 148 there. This is his 10th game with the Bluefish. And now a strike by Leverett. It's 1-1 on Marquez. So it looks like home plate umpire Warren Nicholson has a few words for the Bluefish dugout. Louis Rodriguez, the manager, comes out to talk to Alex Marquez, his catcher. And somebody just got ejected here. Third base umpire Fred DeJesus just threw out someone in the dugout. And now that player comes out to argue with Fred DeJesus around at third. So I guess that barking from the dugout was too much. And there has been an ejection here in the top of the 3rd. So quick discussion. Early shower for one member of the Fish.
I don't even pay attention.
And now with a 1-1 count on Alex Marquez, Jarrett Leverett goes back to work. There's a strike. It is winning inning Wednesday. A lucky fan can win $10,000 here in the top of the 3rd if Matt Wessinger, the Ducks' second baseman, makes all 3 assists. He needs 3 assists in the inning. 1 and 2 misses away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So again, all 3 other games in progress in the Atlantic League are tied. That means for the moment, the Bluefish are 2.5 behind the first place Somerset Patriots in the Liberty Division. Ground ball to first rather than to second. Tyler Colvin will take it unassisted to the bag, and there's 1 away. Major League Baseball earlier today in Cincinnati, Mets completed the sweep of the Reds with a 6-3 victory as they hit 3 more homers. And Yanks trying to make it 3 straight over the first place Blue Jays tonight. In the Bronx, they have a 2-0 lead over Toronto, end of 6 innings. And the Mets are a half game out of the second wild card spot in the NL. Team there chasing the Cardinals, tied at 3 in Pittsburgh in the top of the 6th as they battle the Pirates there. So what a time for baseball fans, whether you're a Met fan, a Yankee fan, a Duck fan. Just thrilling baseball right now as Anthony Giansanti takes a ball and a strike. And the Yankees trying to claw into a wild card spot after trading away so many of their big players. The Mets battered by injury right on the doorstep. Here's a ball to second for Wessinger. That'll be 1 assist for him, but there's no way you can get 2 more on this winning inning Wednesday as there are 2 gone on the 4-3 ground out. And, of course, the Ducks trying to get back on track and, again, get ready for their playoff push, which will start September the 21st in either Bridgewater, New Jersey, New Britain, Connecticut, Bridgeport, Bridgeport, Connecticut, New Britain, Connecticut, or Bridgewater, New Jersey, which is where the Somerset Patriots play, Somerset County, New Jersey. So Leverett has retired 7 straight, make it 8 in a row. He's actually retired 8 straight. And we go back to the top of the lineup for Luis Hernandez. Struck him out looking to start the game. Here he misses up and away with a fastball. And the count 0-1 on Hernandez, who comes in just 1 for 14 in his last 4 games. The 1-0. Looks like he was taking all the way, splits the plate in half. 1 ball and 1 strike. So again, we'll keep you updated on that Yankee game in the Bronx tonight. And of course, those very important 3 other games in the ATL. 1-1 here, a one-hopper to short for Dan Lyons, takes it in the belly, sidearms across, and 1-2-3 go the Bluefish. 2.5 complete in Central Islip. It is the Long Island Ducks 2, the Bridgeport Bluefish 0.
Hey fan, this is outfielder Delta Cleary Jr. and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Long Island's Ford Giant is bigger and better than ever. Sayville Ford celebrating the grand opening of their new state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's grand opening celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's grand opening savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by ClearVision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
Well, hey, Duck fans, the final out on the top of the 3rd inning was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. Now, did you know that a 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO. Or visit geico.com. We go to the last of the 3rd. Ducks have a 2-0 lead. And left-hander Matthew Spann will face the top of the order, Anthony Vega, Fainlot Lentini, and Delta Cleary Jr. So it starts with Vega, who flew out to left center field, crushed the ball the other way, but Anthony Giansanti ran it down in the gap to rob him of an extra base hit. Vega was 1 for 3 in the opener with a single and a run scored. Did strike out twice, though, and that's been the alarming numbers for Vega. Here he tries a drag bunt towards second, and he's going to beat it out, and then the second baseman, Nunez, throws it away. Now he's going to try for second. Here's the throw, and he is a proverbial dead duck there. So Anthony Vega got the bunt single beautifully. The bare hand by Nunez was way off mark, but he is gunned down at second, and there's the first out. So 1 away, and here's Lentini. He was thrown out by the pitcher Matt Spann on a comebacker, his first time through. Waggles the bat above his right shoulder, and up and away misses Spann with ball 1. Lentini 1 for 3 in the opener, a single, a stolen base, and a run batted in. 45th steal in 50 tries for the 39-year-old. Here he takes in the dirt, and it's quickly 2-0. That was the first baseman, Jonathan Galvez, who threw to the shortstop Luis Hernandez, who applied the tag on Anthony Vega. And so the put out 4-3-6 after that single with the bunt. Lentini takes another ball. It's 3-0. Span's pitch right down the middle for strike one. Here's the 3-1. And outside, ball 4. First walk tonight for the left-hander, and our first Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So, of course, we'll keep our eye on Lentini. The 45 steals are second most in the Atlantic League, as is his stealing percentage of now 900. Success rate of 900 for Lentini. Here's Delta Cleary Jr., single down the right field line his first time up, then was picked off first. And the lefty, Span, who's already had the pick off of Cleary, is going to try to do the same to Lentini here as he quickly snaps one over. There's that snap throw again, and that's the dangerous one. It was actually in the dirt. Nice little dig out there by Galvez. And Lentini again will walk it off to the cutout. 2-0 Ducks, bottom of the third. Phelan, the one-out runner. Another snap throw, closer play this time. So again, 2 Ducks have already been erased on the base paths. Delta was picked off by Span in the first. And then Vega trying to advance to second base after the bunt single. Thrown out by the first baseman, Galvez, at second. Again, that quick little snap throw by the southpaw. But Lentini's learning that move as he was able to get back on his feet. But Span does have a terrific move. There's no two ways about it. Cleary getting a little tired waiting for a pitch at the plate. The set gets the first one and fouls it straight back to the screen, 0-1. So Delta's having himself a nice series. He was 2 for 4 here Monday in the Labor Day matinee loss, 3-1. He had the only multi-hit game for the Ducks in that one, as they had only 3 hits in the game, and he had 2 of them and scored their only run. 2 for 3 in the opener, and now another knock here in the nightcap. So you add it all up, he's 5 for 8 in the series. 0-1, just got the outer edge at the knees for strike 2. With his hit in this game, he's pushed his average to 321. Started the night 4th best in the league, has climbed a couple of notches since. Another throw over, Lentini again back on his feet. So Matthew Span knows what Lentini can do. If you let him have too big of a lead, he's just going to take off for second like he has all season and sometimes makes it look easy. 0-2 the count. The catcher Marquez sets up away. Wonder if they might pitch out here. They don't. And it's slapped away foul down the right field line, especially with an 0-2 count. You can pitch out a few times here if you want to put that play on and see if you can take another Duck off the base paths. It would be the 3rd in 3 innings. Two 2-0 Long Island in the last of the 3rd. Trying to earn a split of the doubleheader after they lost the first game, 3-2. Span set at the belt. 0-2 is a little foul ball behind home, and the count holds. This is the 10th doubleheader that the Ducks have played this year. 5 of those they split, a win and a loss. 3 of them they got a sweep, winning both games. And only once all year have they been swept in a twin bill. Trying to get the split after an opening game loss with a 2-run lead. And boy, that didn't miss by much. Ball 1 to Delta Cleary Jr. It's also the Ducks' 3rd doubleheader in the last 9 days. Played one Saturday in New Britain and also had one August 30th in Lancaster. 2 of them were caused by Hermine, as one in New Britain and last night washed out due to Hermine as well. Looks like Hermine finally has moved away and we won't be affected by Hermine anymore. In the dirt here, nice block by the catcher Marquez. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So it looks like that very light rain has let up and completely stopped as folks have returned to the seating bowl. No umbrellas or ponchos or raincoats are scene. Some of the dogs have returned as well. There's that snap throw by Span. But Lentini is still able to get safely back to the bag. Span at the belt. Lentini goes. The 2-2 is foul back to the netting. So first time he's actually taken off. And he'll reset. Again, Span was a Rays draft pick back in the 25th round of the 2010 selection. Right out of high school. Spent a lot of time in their organization and the Nationals. Pitching 131 games in 7 years of affiliated ball, getting as high as AAA. 2-2 in the dirt, another good block by Marquez, and terrific at-bat here by Delta, who was down 0-2 and has now worked it back full. So I would think certainly that with one away and a payoff pitch that Lentini is going to run here. I would bet almost anything on it because Delta hits a gap and he's able to score another run. So let's see how closely Span tries to hold him knowing he's going to run. He does not go, so there's a surprise. Ground ball, I believe, to short, or are they going to say he caught it? Lentini doesn't know, and now they double him off at first. So the umpire ruled that it was caught on a line drive by Hernandez, the shortstop, and then he throws to first to double off Lentini, who had to stay halfway in between just in case, but that will end the inning for Long Island. No runs, a hit, a walk, and nobody left. 3 in the books in Central Islip. It's the Long Island Ducks 2, the Bridgeport Bluefish nothing.
Hey fans, this is infielder Cody Puckett, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks.
Chris King back at Bethpage Ballpark. 3 innings complete. The Long Island Ducks with a 2-0 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish. For the Flock, 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. For the Fish, no runs, no hits, and 2 errors. I thank you so much for tuning into Ducks Baseball tonight, wherever you might be around the world, listening and watching at liducks.com and youtube.com/DucksBaseball. Well, Jarrett Leverett, in his home debut for the Ducks, has retired 8 straight Bluefish, and here's Jose Cuevas to lead off the 4th, and he gets a swinging strike on him. Cuevas is the only Bluefish to reach tonight, and that was on an error by catcher Mike Blank, who tried to throw him out on a ball hit out in front of home plate and threw it right by his first baseman Tyler Colvin for a 2-base error. The 0-1 to Cuevas is in the air, well hit to right center field. Lentini, the right fielder, drifting to his right to make the grab for the first out. Make it 9 straight retired by the southpaw. All right, 4th inning almost means 4th inning trivia. We will give you the question here in the top of the inning, the answer in the bottom of the frame. And this question concerns today's date. Today is September the 7th, 2016. Here's Jonathan Galvez, the first baseman, struck out looking in the opening inning, and here takes high for ball 1. The question today, 4 years ago tonight, September 7th, 2012, as this one misses up and away, one of the most significant regular season games in franchise history for the Long Island Ducks. Not too many regular season games are this memorable, but this night was 4 years ago tonight. So tell me what happened for the Ducks and why it was such a memorable regular season game 4 years ago tonight, September 7th, 2012. Leverett falls behind 3-0 before dealing strike one here to Jonathan Galvez. So again, we'll give you the answer in the bottom of the inning. 3-1, swing and a miss, and he's come back nicely to work the count full. Be a one-out payoff here. Shakes off Mike Blank and now deals. And that misses low for ball 4. So his first walk tonight breaks up that run of 9 in a row, retired.
Left fielder number 28, Geraldo Valentin.
Again, a reminder, this is a 7-inning game, so we're almost halfway home here as we're in the top of the 4th, scheduled for 7 innings, both of these doubleheader games tonight. Here's Geraldo Valentin, the left fielder, the tying run at the plate for the Fish, down 2-0 in the 4th. Got a piece of that fastball held by Blank. It's strike one to the newcomer, Valentin. Does have some affiliated experience, too. He got as high as Double-A in his affiliated career, as here he takes a strike. It's 0-2. Those were in the Royals, the Mariners, and the Marlins organizations for Valentin. Good start for Leverett at 0-2. And he misses wide with ball 1. Galvez, 9 stolen bases on the year. That's tied for second on the team. He's been caught 3 times. He's the one-out runner at first. 1-2. In on the hands, and he grounded it foul down the left field line, and the count holds. So talked a little about it in game 1, but it's worth getting into the remaining schedules of the 3 teams that are trying to win the Liberty Division, the Somerset Patriots, the Bridgeport Bluefish, and the New Britain Bees. 1-2 is pop foul up behind home plate. Good battle here by Valentin. And the Ducks won the first half Liberty Division title with a record of 40-30, so they are in the playoffs. But who they will face will be determined in this final dozen games remaining of the second half. 1-2. Runner goes, ground ball through the left side and into left field. So there's the first hit of the game for the Bridgeport Bluefish. And now they have the tying runs aboard with 1 away for Angelis Nina.
Right fielder number 3, Angelis Nina.
Against Somerset Patriots atop the Liberty Division, they started the night there with a 3-game lead over the Bluefish, which has since been trimmed to 2.5 when the Fish won the opening game here tonight, 3-2 over the Ducks. And the Bees are 3.5 back. Leverett nods in agreement with Blank's signal. First pitch, up and away for ball 1. But the Somerset Patriots, their final 10 games of the regular season are all against the 2 teams trying to track them down, the Bluefish and the Bees. They'll play Bridgeport 3 times. They'll play New Britain 7 times. Up and away, Mrs. Leverett, it's 2-0. So here's how it lays out for the Patriots. Their final 10 games, 3 at home against the Bees, then the final 7 games on the road. So a tough ending for the Patriots. First 3 of those 7 road games in Connecticut, Bridgeport, and then in Connecticut, New Britain to close it out. Boy, just missing was Leverett, and now they count 3-0. So again, the Patriots are going to feel some heat from the 2 teams trying to catch him in the final 10 games of the year, especially New Britain with 7 meetings, including the final 4 in New Britain, the hardware city. 3-0, he was taken all the way. There's strike 1. These Bluefish, again, have those 3 games at home against Somerset, but their other 7 games are all against the Lancaster Barnstormers, who are still battling to try to win in the Freedom Division, but they're 6 out in last place. 3-1 is a check swing. They appeal to first. J.B. Torres says he went around, and the count full. And the New Britain Bees have 3 in Somerset, 3 in Southern Maryland, and then 4 at home against the Patriots. So New Britain just has to stay in striking distance with 7 head-to-head games remaining against the Patriots, including the Final Four on their field, New Britain Stadium, which is about 45 minutes north of Bridgeport. So the Patriots are going to spend a lot of time in that Connecticut area going between Bridgeport and New Britain. Here's the one-out payoff. Poked foul back to the netting, and the count holds. So it'll be very interesting to see how it plays out in the final 10 days of the regular season. That kicks off on Friday night. Season comes to an end a week from Sunday, September the 18th. Ducks will close out their season in York, Pennsylvania. Long Island leads at 2-0 here in the top of the fourth. Great battle by Nina with 2 aboard and only 1 out. Here's the payoff again. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Leverett wins the battle. Picks up strikeout number 4 and out number 2. So 2 on, 2 out for Nunez.
Regulation number 23, Luis Nunez. Number 23.
Nunez, a strikeout victim swinging back in the second. And now just 3 for 21 in his last 9 games. Big spot for Leverett, trying to keep the Ducks up by 2 here. But Nunez going to call time. Nunez has Galvez at second, Valentin at first, with 2 gone. Here's the first pitch. Just a bit high for ball 1. So again, that's how the schedules lay out in the final 10 games for Somerset, Bridgeport, and New Britain. For the Ducks, after they wrap up the homestand here Sunday, they'll have 3 in Sugar Land, Texas, and 4 in York, Pennsylvania. 1-0. Swung through, 1-1. They'll wrap up this series against the Bluefish tomorrow night. And then this weekend, final 3 home games of the regular season, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The York Revolution come calling, so it'll be a battle of the first half champions. And right now the Revs are tied with Sugar Land atop the Freedom Division in the second half. 1-1 is low, and it's 2-1 now to Nunez. So much to watch for, to see who's going to win out in the Freedom Division and face the Revs, who's going to win the Liberty and face the Ducks. And again, those opening round playoff series are best of 5. The winners of each division series go to a best of 5 finals. 2-1 the count on Nunez. Bluefish down 2 here in the visitors' 4th. Leverett at the belt. Here's the pitch. Swung through, and it's 2-2. And he is bringing that heat. And right now the Bluefish cannot catch up to it. Luis Rodriguez, the skipper of the Bluefish, clapping along at third. And the deuces are wild here across the board. 2-2 with 2 away and 2 on. Another swinging strikeout for Jared Leverett, his 5th strikeout of the night, and that retires the side. For the Fish, no runs, a hit, a walk, they leave a pair. We go to the bottom of the 4th, scheduled for 7 tonight. The Ducks have a 2-0 advantage over the Bluefish.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Ducks with a 2-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth. 4 years ago tonight, the Ducks played one of the most significant regular season games in franchise history. What was it? See if this jogs your memory.
First pitch to Ray is on the ground up the middle and threw it into center field. Ray Navarrete has a base hit up the middle against the Rocket Roger Clemens. Just the second hit of the night for Long Island as he knocks fists at first with hitting coach Jay Laviglio. Oh, Navarrete taking no chances there, going after the first pitch he saw from Roger Clemens. And Ray earlier today saying he's one of the greatest pitchers of our generation, if not in all of baseball history. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Navarrete with a clean one-out single up the middle off Roger Clemens, just the second hit tonight for Long Island.
So there you go. That was 4 years ago tonight at Constellation Field down in Sugar Land, Texas. The Long Island Ducks against Roger Clemens, the Rocket. And that was the Ray Navarrete hit. Is here. Cody Puckett dumps one down the left field line, and that's going to be a base hit. Geraldo Valentin up with it quickly. Cody going for second. Here's the throw. He slides, and he's in there with a leadoff double. So Cody Puckett gets it going here for Long Island, and they get another runner in scoring position with his first hit of the night. So again, it was September 7th, 2012. The Ducks in Sugar Land, Texas. They lost the game 4-0. Roger Clemens, 4 2/3 of two-hit shutout ball. The only two Duck hits by number 99, Matt Esquivel, and number 16, Ray Navarrete. 4 years ago tonight down in Texas, and I was there with Michael Pollack. I will never forget the coverage of that game as Dan Lyons steps in. I mean, ESPN was there to broadcast the game as Lyons bunts one foul down the third base line for strike one. ESPN was broadcasting the game live. The main ESPN stations were doing cut-ins to show Roger Clemens pitching for the Sugar Land Skeeters. It was just an unbelievable night, the amount of media that was in that ballpark. That was my first visit, too, to Constellation Field, and boy, just taken in by how beautiful that ballpark was and just the amount of media there to see Clemens pitch for the Skeeters and to have it be against the Ducks 4 years ago tonight. I will never forget that night. And again, the Ducks lost, but they all will remember they faced the Rocket that night. Here, Lyons, after bunting foul, takes a strike, and the count 0-1 on Dan, who reached on an infield single and scored back in the second inning. So 2-0 Ducks in the bottom of the fourth, as they get the Cody Puckett double to get it going. And now Dan down 0-2 to the lefty Matt Spann. Almost hits him in tight here. That's ball one. Lyons out and back in as Spann stares into his catcher, Alex Marquez. Nods in agreement. Check of second. Long check, and then the 1-2. Backdoor curve away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2 the count to the 5-hitter and shortstop for Long Island. Spann checks second a couple of times, and then Lyons a dribbler to the left side. The third baseman, Cuevas. Whoa, what a throw. He submarined it over there in time to get Lyons, and unable to advance is Puckett, who stays at second with 1 away. What a job by Cuevas.
Long Island designated hitter number 15, Ruben Gotay, number 15.
So 1 away. Here's Ruben Gotay, struck out swinging back in the second inning. Gotay now just 2 for 31 in here's that check that 2 for 33 in his last 12 games. Takes a curve in there for a strike, 0-1. You go to think about if the Somerset Patriots can hold off the charge of the Bluefish and the Bees, the two Connecticut teams. Here it's hit deep in the air to left center field. The left fielder Valentin over with the center fielder Giansanti, who lines it up. He will make the catch, and a strong throw in will hold Puckett at second. 2 gone. When you think about how juicy a Ducks-Patriots matchup would be in the opening round of the playoffs.
Ducks catcher number 21, Mike Blank, number 21.
Considering the fact that that was the opening round playoff matchup a year ago, but Somerset had home field advantage. This time the Ducks would have home field advantage. Of course, last year, the Ducks got a split at home in the 2 games. 1 Game 3 in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Here's Mike Blank, the 2-out hitter for Long Island. And had a 2-1 lead. Just had to win Game 4 or Game 5. But was shut out in Game 4 on just 3 base hits. Shut out in Game 5 on just 4 base hits. So back-to-back shutouts on just 7 total hits. And their season came to an end. They would love some payback for that. And, of course, the Patriots would go on to win their 6th Atlantic League Championship, beating Southern Maryland in the finals. It's the only time in franchise history the Ducks had a 2-1 playoff series lead in a best-of-5 and didn't win the series. 1-0 is down and away. And, of course, the Patriots, I'm sure, would still love a little payback for 2013 when the Long Island Ducks did beat them in a very memorable 5-game series that was kind of similar to last year's opening round series. Ducks actually won both games at home in 2013, but lost Game 3 in New Jersey, lost Game 4 in 16 innings, and then finally won Game 5. Of course, we just heard that Ray Navarrete hit against Roger Clemens. He had a home run in that game early that blew it open for Long Island as he returned to the lineup and wrote the storybook ending to his incredible career that, of course, led to his number 16 being the second number retired out there on the scoreboard. 3-0 now to Mike Blank as Span's pitch is taken for a strike. It's 3-1. So again, the Patriots would like payback for 2013. They got some measure of it last year. The Ducks would like payback for last season, so that would be the juiciest matchup, and the teams did split the 20-game season series, 10 wins apiece. How even can you be? Curveball hit slowly to second. Nunez awaits it, flips to first, and the side retired. So Cody Puckett had the leadoff double, but he was stranded there as the Ducks go quietly since. No runs, a hit, and a man left. To the 5th we go in Central Islip. It remains the Long Island Ducks 2 and the Bridgeport Bluefish nothing.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Bobby Blevins, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Oh, I love it. The color of my new Nicolette patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Pave your way. Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the exclusive Trouttown Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trouttown Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience awaits.
Well, Duck fans, don't forget you can chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company Gourmet Iced Coffee, available at the concession stands at Bethpage Ballpark. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons. Ducks with a 2-0 lead as we go to inning number 5. And for the Bridgeport Bluefish, the bottom third of their order, Josh Vitters, Alex Marquez, and Anthony Giansanti, scheduled to face Jarrett Leverett, the lefty in his home debut for Long Island, who has allowed only 1 base hit through 4 innings of play. It is a winning inning Wednesday. A lucky fan could go home $10,000 richer. The Ducks needed to hit for the cycle in that bottom of the 4th, meaning they needed a single, a double, a triple, and a home run. That did not happen. And we'll tell you what the 5th inning feat is in the bottom of the frame. Here, popped up behind home plate, into the seats in the 2nd level, right below our broadcast booth. And now a woman is racing for that ball. I don't think she's going to have much competition here. I think she just got to find it, and she'll have herself a nice souvenir. Yes, she will. So the ballpark is thinned out a little bit with the second game of our doubleheader and some rain, and the kids back to school these days always thins it out a little bit. Many of the dogs have gone home as well on this Bark in the Park night. Still see a couple of them, though, way down the left field line that are in for the haul. 0-2 here is up high, and that's ball one to Josh Vitters, who flew out to center field in the second inning. Leverett's 0-2 to the DH. Popped up right side of the infield. The first baseman, Tyler Colvin, in foul territory. Circles around underneath and makes the grab for the first out. Check the out-of-town scoreboard for you this inning. Do have a couple of finals to tell you about. Somerset Patriots win it tonight in the bottom of the 10th, so a walk-off victory for the Pats 4-3 over the Sugar Land Skeeters. Somerset has won 4 straight. Sugar Land has lost 4 straight. So they keep pace with the Bluefish and the Bees as the Patriots remain atop the Liberty Division. Here's Alex Marquez. He gets backdoored with some breaking stuff for a strike. And the count 0-1 on Marquez, who grounded out to Colvin at first in his only previous AB. 0-1 poked foul down the right field line for strike 2. New Britain Bees keep pace in the race as they win tonight 3-1 in Lancaster over the Barnstormers. So again, right now the Liberty Division is exactly as it was when play began tonight. Patriots atop it, Bluefish 3 back, Bees 3.5 back. 0-2 is up high, and that's 1 ball and 2 strikes. So again, the Ducks, who lost the opening game of their doubleheader, are 8 back right now of the first place Somerset Patriots, but the Ducks have their playoff spot locked up. 1-2 is pop foul high on the first base side, and the count holds. So again, a Bluefish win here would pull them within 2.5. A Bluefish loss, and they would drop 3.5 back into a second-place tie with the New Britain Bees. The 2 Connecticut teams would be dead even in their chase of the Patriots. 1-2, a high chopper to third for Cody Puckett. Baltimore chop easily throws out Marquez. 2 gone. And the only other game still in progress in York, Pennsylvania, bottom of the 10th. The Blue Crabs actually have a 5-4 lead. So Southern Maryland scoring in the 10th, and now York needs to try to tie it. York and Sugar Land started the night tied atop the Freedom Division. So again, Sugar Land has lost. York is losing, so without a Rebs rally, they will remain even atop the Freedom Division. Here's Anthony Giansanti. 2 outs, nobody aboard for the Bluefish. And he's going to step out and work the Velcro on those batting gloves. He grounded out to Matt Wessinger at second, back in inning number 3. Here he rips it foul down the left field line for strike 1. Bluefish have only had 3 base runners in this game against Jarrett Leverett in his home debut. They had Jose Cuevas reach on an error by the catcher Mike Blank. Jonathan Galvez reach on a walk, and they're only hit tonight for Geraldo Valentin, their newcomer, a clean single through the left side last inning. 0-1. Tried to backdoor him and missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, we're playing in the 5th inning of a game scheduled for 7 innings, and the Ducks have a 2-0 lead. 1-1. And on the top of his shoes for ball 2. We mentioned earlier today the Mets completed the sweep of the Reds in Cincinnati with a 6-3 victory. 3 more home runs for the Amazons, who pulled within a half game of St. Louis for the second wild card in the NL. 2-1 is grounded to third. Cody Puckett backhands it, drops it. It is a fair ball, and I have a feeling that will be an infield single for Anthony Giansanti, their 9-hitter. Hasn't been scored either yet, but a 2-out runner for the Fish. And it is a base hit, just their second of the game. So again, Mets trying to catch the Cardinals, who are tied at 3 in Pittsburgh with the Pirates in the top of the 8th. Back to the top of the order, Luis Hernandez, a strikeout and a ground out. He's 0 for 2. There's a pitch low for a ball. Yankees trying to beat the first place Blue Jays for a 3rd straight night in the Bronx. They have a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the 8th. 0-1. Popped foul out of play down the right field line for strike 2. Brian Mitchell got the start tonight for the Yankees. He was terrific. 5 innings of 4-hit shutout ball, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. 0-2, the runner goes, and that pitch is outside to throw down. 1 hops into the glove of the second baseman, Matt Wessinger. And so Anthony Giansanti has his 8th stolen base of the year and puts himself in scoring position. To the count. Again, 2 away here in the top of the 5th. Bluefish trying to cut into a 2-0 Flock lead. Here's the pitch. Way up high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Starlin Castro a homer tonight for the Yankees. And a Brian McCann RBI single that scored Didi Gregorius. That's their 2 runs, both coming in the 3rd inning. Ducks got both of their runs in the bottom of the 2nd tonight on an RBI single by Mike Blank and an RBI double by Tyler Colvin. 2-2 the count to Hernandez. Up and away, misses Leverett. But check that. That was a 3-2 pitch, so it's ball 4. And that's just his 2nd walk tonight.
Third baseman, number 13, Jose Cuevas, number 13.
So it does put the tying run aboard. And it brings up Jose Cuevas, who's reached on an error and flied to right. Two 2-0 Ducks in the 5th. The Bluefish threatening. And they had first and second with 1 out last inning and could not score. Here it's first and second, all of it coming with 2 away and nobody on. So trying to continue this 2-out rally as Leverett deals a strike on the outer edge. 0-1. Cuevas came in tonight 5th in the league in runs scored with 69. Scored his 70th run of the year in the opening game of our doubleheader tonight. A 3-2 Bluefish win. 0-1. Low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bluefish leaving Endy Chavez, the former Met and the league's leading hitter, out of the lineup here in Game 2, as he was batting .341 to lead the league. 1-1, up high for ball 2. Stretching out at the plate is Jose Cuevas, as Jarrett Leverett works from the middle of the rubber, staring into Mike Blank. Bluefish have Giansanti at second, Hernandez at first as 2-out runners. Here's the 2-1, and that misses ball 3. So now it gets dicey here as he's either got to give Cuevas something to hit or a walk would load the bases and put the go-ahead run aboard for the visitors. Here's the 3-1. Popped up on the infield, foul territory. Mike Blank over near his own dugout, and it's about 3 rows in. And it'll run the count full on Cuevas. Again, tomorrow night, finale of this series. It's the annual Irish Night, and there'll also be an appearance by Tommy Dreamer of the WWE for you wrestling fans. Get your ticket to the Bethpage Ballpark box office online at liducks.com or via the Ducks mobile app or over the phone 631-940-TIXX. So the runners will take off here on a 2-out payoff pitch. Off they go, and it's foul back, and everybody will reset. So biggest moment of the game for the Bluefish, who in the opening game of this doubleheader, their 3-2 win, scored all of their runs in the top of the 5th. They had a 3-run top of the 5th to wipe out a 1-0 Ducks lead. Ducks cut the lead in half, but couldn't get any closer. Another 3-2, and another foul ball to the screen. So really good battle here between Jose Cuevas, the third baseman, and lefty Jarrett Leverett in just his second game for the Ducks and his home debut. Long stare in by the lefty. Cuevas slightly open from the right. And the payoff on the way. Up high, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So back-to-back walks, a single and 2 walks, and here comes Jonathan Galvez, the first baseman. Third walk of the night for Leverett, and here comes Kevin Baez. So, what does Leverett have left in his Ducks debut Thursday in Lancaster? He went just 5 innings in a 9-2 loss. He allowed 9 hits and 6 runs, walked 2 and struck out 3. Checking on his unofficial pitch count here as Kevin is talking it over with him. Unofficially at 96 pitches, so again, much higher than I thought he would be here in the 5th inning.
Jonathan Galvez, 34.
So it gets a little tougher for him. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Galvez, who has struck out looking and walked, 0 for 1. Down and in for ball 1. So that was a charged timeout here in the top of the 5th. 1 of 3 you are allowed in Atlantic League play. Long stare in. 1-0. Up and away, it's ball 2. So this just might be the last batter for Leverett if he gets him or if he doesn't. Because it's clear he might be tiring. And the Ducks have a tenuous 2-0 advantage here. The 2-0. Bounce to third, Cody Puckett. Long throw to first, loops it over there. High, Colvin off the bag, but he did the tap dance and found it. Oh, what a job by Tyler Colvin on the high throw to find the bag and retire the side. For the Bluefish, no runs, a hit, 2 walks. They leave the bases loaded. In a game scheduled for 7 innings, we go to the bottom of the 5th. Long Island still with a 2-0 advantage.
Hey fans, this is catcher Mike Blank, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Municipal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of the Long Island Ducks. For 100 years, MCU has helped New Yorkers achieve their goals with competitive financial products and services. Meet your important or unexpected needs with an MCU personal loan. Whether it's the cost of moving, a family vacation, or even home repairs, an MCU personal loan is a simple solution. To learn more about how an MCU personal loan can work for you, visit nymcu.org today. MCU, celebrating 100 years of service.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, the Trout Town fan can, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Oh, we head to the bottom of the 5th. Ducks with a 2-0 lead, and Jared Leverett wiggles out of a bases-loaded jam. And again, because it is a 7-inning game, it doesn't change the fact that the starting pitcher still must go 5 innings in order to qualify for the win. So I have a feeling Kevin Baez wanted to give him a chance to pick up his first win as a Duck. He showed some faith in his new lefty, and he got a ground ball to third. Cody Puckett threw high to first, but Tyler Colvin found the ball, found the bag with a little tap dance with his toe, And because he did, the Ducks' lead remains at 2. And when you know it, Colvin, the guy who made the play, leads off here in the home 5th with Long Island leading at 2-zip against the lefty Matthew Spann. First pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. So good night for Tyler. That was a great defensive play at first, and he also had an RBI double that brought home Mike Blank back in the second with the Ducks' second run of the night. Strike 1, and now strike 2 on a foul ball, straight back to the backstop. On this winning inning Wednesday, here in the bottom of the 5th, if the Ducks hit a grand slam, one fan will go home with $10,000, and the guy at the plate, Tyler Colvin, has hit the only 2 grand slams the Ducks have hit all year. They can't do it with the bases loaded. The 0-2 is outside for ball 1. In fact, Tyler hit a grand slam on a winning inning Wednesday against the Bridgeport Bluefish earlier this year. Back on May the 25th, he won Andrew Kratzer of Wantua $10,000. So will this inning be lucky against the same team as it happened earlier this year? We will see. So bottom of the 5th is the grand slam inning for Long Island. And again, Colvin's 2 grand slams have been incredible. The one that won Andrew Kratzer 10 grand was the first one. And the second one was a waddle-off grand slam that beat these Bluefish again. He did it to the Bluefish in the bottom of the 9th, an 8-4 win back on July the 21st. Count 2-2 on Colvin. Takes it the other way in the left center field for a base hit over the leaping glove of the shortstop Luis Hernandez. And a big turn at first. Tyler Colvin will head back. He's 2 for 2. Again to left center. Last time he hit it harder, got it to the wall. This time dumped it in, and the leadoff man aboard.
Second baseman, number 17, Matt Wessinger, number 17.
So coming into this game, Colvin was 0 for 12 in his last 4 games and 2 for 24 in his last 8. So he has matched his hit total from the last 8 games combined already. Here's Matt Wessinger. Takes up high for a ball. Wessinger popped out to the shortstop, Luis Hernandez, to end the second inning. That's the inning the Ducks scored both of their runs that have held up here into the 5th. Short lead by Colvin at first. He's not attempted a stolen base this year. And I don't think he wants to see that snap throw by Matthew Spann, who's shown it to us a couple of times tonight, picking off Delta Cleary Jr. in the first, almost doing the same against Lentini in the third. The Ducks hope they don't rue those base running errors they made earlier in the game. They've had 3 players taken off the base pads as Spann misses up high here. It's 3-0. And Cleary got picked off in the first. Phelan Lentini doubled off in the third. And Anthony Vega thrown out also in the third, trying to go from first to second when the ball was thrown away. So there's a strike as Wessinger took it all the way. 3-1 now to Matt. 2-0 Ducks in the 5th were scheduled for 7 innings. Here's the pitch. Tapper foul off his foot and in some pain. He will walk it off with the count now full. So again, this is the mentality of a 7-inning game for Kevin Baez. Much like in a 9-inning game, you want to get 7 innings out of your starter if possible, then get your setup guy and your closer in there. Well, he got 5 out of Leverett, who I'm sure is done, and now you go set up closer to try to finish it out. Payoff up high, ball 4. So second walk of the night for Spann. Another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. And the Ducks with a good start here. First and second, nobody out. So we would expect Anthony Vega to be in a bunting situation here. Again, last inning, Ducks got a leadoff double from Cody Puckett, but they couldn't even get him to third base as Lyons grounded out, Gotay flew out, Blank grounded out to end the inning. Fisher in at the corners expecting a Vega bunt, and he did bunt his way on for a base hit back in the third. He shows bunt and drew it back, took the pitch for a ball, and the count 1-0. So charging in from third was Cuevas on the grass at first. Galvez headed home. And the count 1-0 on Vega, who's 1 for 2 with that bunt single and a fly out to center. Spann at the belt. Vega squares, again draws it back, takes it high. It's 2-0. So Spann's doing what he's supposed to do, high fastball, hoping to get a pop-up on the bunt. That's what most pitchers try to do when they know the bunt's coming. And he missed out of the zone, though, and now he falls behind 2-0. Vega squares early, then draws it back. Looked like he was going to swing away, and there's the pitch he wanted to bunt. That's the strike. So a little deception there on the part of Anthony Vega, and the count 2-1. Span's pitch, bunted down third, but foul. So that'll be strike 2, and we'll see if Kevin Baez gives him another chance, knowing a foul bunt here would go down as a strikeout with 2 strikes in the count. Vega does have 4 sacrifice bunts on the season. Squares, then brings it back over his left shoulder and swings, and I believe fouled it off the mask of either the catcher, Marquez, or the umpire, Nicholson. I think it got the catcher. Tyler Colvin at second, Matt Wessinger at first, as the 8 and 9 men get aboard. And then they swing it back to the top of the order for Anthony Vega, who's got the only 2 home runs the Ducks have hit in their last 12 games. Hit one Saturday in Game 1 in New Britain, and also August 29th in Lancaster, but only 2 homers in their last dozen games, and this guy's had them both. 2-2 again. Popped up foul out of play down the left field line. Phelan Lentini on deck for Long Island. But a good battle here by Vega in a lefty-lefty. Span at the belt is 2-2. Curveball, boy, didn't miss by much. And the count full. So Vega ready for the 3-2. As Span deals. Ooh, a check swing, foul ball held by Marquez. And that will be the strikeout for Span. His 3rd of the night and out number 1 here in the home 5th. So for Vega, his league leading 137th strikeout. That's been the problem for Anthony Vega this year for Long Island. So let's see if Phelan Lentini can pick him up. He is 0 for 1 with a walk and a comebacker to Span. From the right side, he waggles the bat and grounds it to third. Cuevas to second for 1. Nunez on to first in time. And around the horn, inning ending, 5-4-3 double play, wrapped into by Lentini. So for the Ducks, no runs a hit, a walk, and they leave 2. We go to the 6th in a 7-inning game. Long Island has a 2-0 lead.
Hey fans, this is pitcher James Lomangino, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey PSEG Long Island customers. Want to learn how to save on your electric bill? Here's one way. You can save up to $100 each year by simply replacing 10 incandescent bulbs with CFL or LED bulbs. Want to save even more? Take our online home energy survey. It's free. It takes just 10 minutes to complete, and it may save you hundreds more. Find out about our energy efficiency programs at www.pseglinY.com/savemoney.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Hey fans, this is catcher Mike Blank, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolat patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolak pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolak's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolak. Visit Nicolak.com.
Municipal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of the Long Island Ducks. For 100 years, MCU has helped New Yorkers achieve their goals with competitive financial products and services. Meet your important or unexpected needs with an MCU personal loan.
Well, we go to the top of the 6th inning. Long Island Ducks with a 2-0 lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish. And the new pitcher for Long Island is the right-hander, Luis Perdomo. So Perdomo in as Leverett is out, and strike one here to Valentine. And they count 0-1. The Bluefish dugout is very unhappy with that call by Warren Nicholson, the home plate umpire. They are voicing their displeasure. 0-1 is low, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Perdomo replaces Leverett, who pitched very well in his second game as a Long Island Duck after struggling in his debut Thursday in Lancaster. I'll give you his final line in a minute. As Valentine, he was 1 for 2 with a single and a ground ball to first. Pounds it foul near his own dugout on the third base side, and the count 1-2. Leverett, 5 innings tonight. He allowed just 2 base hits, no runs at all, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. In line to pick up his 5th win of the year and his first as a Duck. Again, after coming over in that trade from New Britain on August the 28th to complete the deal that sent righty pitcher Kevin Vance up to Connecticut at the beginning of August. 99 pitches for Leverett, 61 strikes, and 38 balls. Here a ground ball, fair down the left field line, just inside the bag. Turning first and heading for second is Valentine. The throw by Vega is a one-hop beauty. Did he get the tag on him? He did! Oh, great job by Matt Wessinger to apply the tag. Luis Rodriguez can't believe it. And now he's going to go over quickly to argue with first base umpire J.B. Torres, who made the call. What a strike by Anthony Vega from deep in the left field corner all the way to Wessinger, who applied the tag. And Valentine out stretching, trying to turn a single into a double. So 7-4 goes the putout as Rodriguez continues to argue. So Rodriguez will walk back to the third base coach's box. 1 away, and here's Angelis Nina, who's 0 for 2 with a flyout and a strikeout. So terrific throw by Vega to get him on 1 hop. Perdomo gets some help and gets the first out. And now misses low and away with ball 1. Perdomo from the Dominican Republic, 6 foot tall, 180-pounder, right-hander. 32 years old and a former big leaguer who last pitched with the York Revolution. Here misses away, and the count 2-0. Perdomo overall this year, 27 games, all in relief, 3-1 record, and a 5.17 ERA. Gets a strike, it's 2-1. In 31 1/3 innings, he's allowed 29 hits. He's walked 22, struck out 27. And the opposition batting .236 against the righty who works from the middle of the rubber. Well, that looked like a strike. Didn't get the call. And the count 3-1. Here's the pitch. Bounced through the left side and in the left field, so a 1-out single for Angelis Nina, his first hit of the night.
Second base for number 23, Luis Nunez.
Wow, and how big is that throw by Vega now that cut down Valentine at second to open the inning, or else the Bluefish would have had the tying runs aboard with nobody out. As it is, they get the tying run to the plate here in Nunez, who is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Again, Perdomo started the year with the York Revolution, 22 games there before joining the Ducks. And he brings major league experience. Here, stepping out and taking a strike is Nunez. It's 0-1. Perdomo pitched for the Pirates and the Twins in his big league time. Runner goes. 0-1 is inside. The one-hop throw by Mike Blank. Nowhere near in time. And Angelis Nina has his 8th stolen base of the season. Puts himself in scoring position. Again, it's 2-0 Ducks in the top of the 6th. We're scheduled for 7 innings. So it's getting late for the Bluefish, and we'll only have 5 outs to play with. But here a base hit could cut the lead in half. 1-1 is slap foul high up on the first base side for strike 2. Fish won the opener, if you're joining us late, 3-2. They've won the first 2 games of this 4-game series. So the Ducks, best they can do in this series is get a split with a win tonight and a win tomorrow. 1-2. Breaking ball in the air, right side. The second baseman, Wessinger, will give it a good hard squeeze with all that spin on it. And there's 2 gone.
Bluefish designated hitter number 17, Josh Bitters, number 17.
And that means for Long Island, though, this will be the 10th straight series in which they have not won the series. 2-out hitter is Josh Vitters. Best they can do is split it. That'll be 10 straight series, a month worth of baseball without winning a series since they took 2 of 3 from the Patriots to start August. Strike 1 on Vitters, who's 0 for 2. Has a big leadoff second now for Nina. Dancing there, almost looking like he was going to go for third as Perdomo misses down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. So keep an eye on Nina. I don't think he'll go for third here, but boy, Perdomo wasn't paying him much mind. Now he does give him a look. 1-1, low and away for ball 2. So it is Perdomo acting as the setup man here tonight, as the normal setup man. Amalio Diaz is the closer tonight because Todd Coffey tweaked a little back muscle earlier. Here it's skied down the left field line in foul territory. Dan Lyons going over hard and leaning in with Cody Puckett, but neither can get it as it's just beyond their reach. And the inning and Vitters both stay alive. So again, Perdomo's job to hold it here. And we would expect to see Diaz in the 7th. If it's still within a 3-run game, unless Kevin decides to pitch someone else, if the Ducks tack on a bunch more in their half of the 6th. 2-2. Ripped on the ground to third. Knocked down by Cody Puckett. Picks it up. Fires in time. He got him. What a job by Puckett off a rocket of the bat of Josh Vitters to retire the side. For the Bluefish, no runs, 2 hits, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the 6th of the game, scheduled for 7 innings. The Ducks lead it 2-0.
Hey fans, this is catcher Mike Dowd, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on in the park night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Hey fans, this is pitcher James Lemongino, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Well, we go to the bottom of the sixth. Ducks with a 2-0 lead, and the first pitching change of the night for Luis Rodriguez and the Bridgeport Bluefish, as lefty starter Matthew Spann is done, and he is replaced by the 29-year-old right-hander Orlando Santos. Stands 6 foot tall, 220 pounds, a native of Halifax, Pennsylvania, who reached as high as A-ball in his affiliated career and last pitched for the New Britain Bees. So Santos in, and it's strike one to Delta Cleary Jr. And now a swinging strike, 0-2, as Delta turns around about left-handed for the first time tonight. Batting righty against the lefty Spann. He was 1 for 2 with a single and a line out. 0-2 down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes now to Delta. Cleary Jr. followed by Puckett, Lyons, and then Gotye for Long Island. Long look in by Santos, and the 1-2. In the air, shallow center, charging in Giansanti, going out. The shortstop Hernandez, who shows his frustration as all he can do is wave his glove at it. And Delta has his second hit of the night, a single to center to open the home sixth.
Long Island third baseman, number 2, Cody Puckett, number 2.
Final line on lefty starter Matt Spann, 5 innings, 7 hits. 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Through 81 pitches, 49 for strikes. So here's Cody Puckett, 1 for 2 with a double and a strikeout. Righty-righty for Santos. And he delivers a strike at the knees, 0-1. Delta Cleary Jr. for Long Island, 29 stolen bases on the year, including 1 in the opening game of this doubleheader. He was picked off first in the opening inning by the lefty Spann. Here, Santos trying to do the same, but Delta back to the bag. 2-0 Ducks, bottom of the sixth, would love to tack on some insurance. And the expected arrival of Amalio Diaz to close it out in the seventh. Or tried to, as here a strike. And Cody finds himself quickly down, 0-2. Puckett with a hit in the first game, another one here in the second. Now has hits in 8 of his last 9 games. One of the few Ducks who is locked in of late, as the rest of the teams had a couple of guys break out tonight. Dan Lyons, Mike Blank, Tyler Colvin have all broken out of long slumps, so maybe this is a good sign that the Ducks are going to lock in here in the final 12 games of the regular season and finally get the good pitching and the good hitting to come together and build some momentum going into the opening Liberty Division Championship Series best-of-5 playoff round. Here, Santos steps off, and so Puckett steps out. Santos will throw over again, and Cleary back to the bag. Finally, looks like he's ready to throw the pitch home. Delta, though, draws another throw as he's right to the cutout. Oh-2 is in the air, center field, charging in Giansanti again. This time on the run, makes the catch. And boy, Delta's lucky to get back to first, as he had to go halfway in case it dropped in. Giansanti faked the throw, did not let it rip, and there's one away.
Ducks shortstop, number 12, and Lions, number 12.
So 1 on 1 out. Here's Dan Lyons, 1 for 2 tonight with a single and a run scored. Back in the 2-run second when the Ducks scored their only runs of this game on an RBI single by Blank. That brought home Lyons, and an RBI double by Colvin. That plated Blank. Here low for ball 1. I do believe this is the Bluefish debut of Orlando Santos, as he did pitch last year for Southern Maryland. 51 times, a 4-7 record, and a 2.91 ERA. Here he misses, and the count 2-0. Here's 2-0. Away. Boy, Alex Marquez, the catcher, didn't like the way he grabbed that one. Didn't even sound good in his glove, but he was able to make the grab. But the count 3-0 now to Dan Lyons. So Delta has not shown any signs of running just yet. And certainly Lyons, I think, will take here. And there's a strike. And now let's see if something goes on here on the 3-1 pitch. On deck, Ruben Gotay, the DH. And thinking the same thing as Orlando Santos, he's going to throw over to first to bring Delta back to the bag. Bottom of the 6th, Ducks trying to add some runs from a 2-0 advantage and move it out a little bit. 3-1 is a good pitch, swung over the top of by Lyons, and the count full. So let's see if Kevin will send Cleary here. I think he might be off on a 1-out payoff. He's beyond the cutout already. He goes, and the pitch is low and outside, ball 4. So, third walk of the game for Bluefish pitching. First for Santos, and another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. Cleary to second. Lyons on at first. 1-out runners for Ruben Gotay, who has struck out swinging and flied out to center 0 for 2. Gotay also 0 for 2 in the opener of this double dip. So looking for his first hit of the night. And it'll be a big one for Long Island. Also hitless in the series as he went 0 for 3 here Monday afternoon in the Labor Day matinee loss. Grounds it foul down the right field line for strike 1. And the Ducks coming in have lost 2 straight and 6 of 7. Bluefish have won the first 2 games of this series. Well, the Ducks have already wrapped up the season series as they've won 11 of the 18 meetings between the 2 teams. So they have won the Ferry Cup, which is the trophy that goes out to the team that wins the season series. 0-1 is grounded to second, could be 2. Nunez to Hernandez for 1, on to first. Nice tag there by Galvez as the throw grew him off the bag. And Ruben Gotay bangs into an inning-ending double play. We head to the 7th. Long Island trying to close it out. They lead it 2-0.
Hey fans, this is outfielder and bench coach Lou Ford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Long Island's Ford Giant is bigger and better than ever. Sayville Ford celebrating the grand opening of their new state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's grand opening celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's grand opening savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Hey fans, this is pitcher James Lemangino, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Well, the game scheduled for 7 innings goes to inning number 7. Long Island Ducks trying to close it out, and as we mentioned, their closer, Todd Coffey, with 24 saves on the season, tweaked his back, so he is not available. They'll go to the setup man instead, and that's Amalio Diaz, who will celebrate the big 3-0 on Saturday. Saturday is his 30th birthday. The 6'2", 210-pound right-hander enters here to try to close out the Bluefish, give the Ducks a split of the doubleheader, and their first win of this 4-game series. So Diaz in, he's had a great year for the Ducks. 46 appearances, all in relief, 5-2 record, a 2.17 ERA. He does have 2 saves. It is a save situation. And in 45 2/3 innings, he's allowed 31 hits. He's walked 9 and struck out 57. So, again, he is better than 6-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And the opposition batting just 196 against Amalio Diaz, the right-hander. So a nice inning by Luis Perdomo. He pitched the 6th inning, and he'll get credit for 1 inning, no runs, 2 hits, no walks, no strikeouts, before giving way to Amalio. So the Bluefish had 8, 9, and 1 in their order, and right now it looks like they may stay that way as Alex Marquez, the catcher, is in. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts. Righty for Diaz. And that taken the other way into right field for an opposite field leadoff single. And just like that, the Bluefish will bring the tying run to the plate. Again, Diaz has given up only 2 home runs all season.
Center fielder number 4, Anthony Giansanti.
Well, we talked about the Ducks wrapping up the Ferry Cup when they won their 11th game of this season series. The teams played 20 between them. That is the 8th Ferry Cup that has gone out since 2009 when that trophy was created. The Ducks have now won 5 Ferry Cups, the Bluefish 3. Here's Giansanti, the 9-man, who's got a single in 2 trips. And he takes low for a ball, 1-0. Giansanti does have 6 homers on the year, and that is 3rd most on a Bluefish team that has hit by far the fewest home runs in the league, just 58 long balls on the season. 1-0 is skied on the infield. The shortstop, Dan Lyons, will camp under it, drift left, and give it a nice 2-handed squeeze for the first out.
Bridgeport shortstop number 2, Luis Hernandez.
So back to the top of the order for Luis Hernandez, 0 for 2 with a walk in this game. Great year for Hernandez. He's got 144 hits on the year. That's 4th most in the Atlantic League, but he's been struggling of late. Again, right now 0 for 5 in the doubleheader and just 1 for 16 in his last 5 games. Switch hitter batting left against the righty, Diaz. Takes a strike, 0-1. Hernandez only 1 home run on the season. And Ducks playing a medium depth in left and center. And pretty deep in right is Lentini if he pulls the ball. 0-1 is swung through, 0-2. Crowd of 4,229 on hand when our double dip began tonight. Bark in the Park night. I don't know if I still see any dogs down there. Yes, I do. I still do see at least 1 dog down the left field line that has stuck it out for all 2 games and all 14 innings. That is a trooper. There might be more, but I see 1 plain visibly. Looks like a big lab retriever. Golden lab, I think. This one, a swing and a foul tip held by Mike Blank.
So Diaz has a strikeout, and the Ducks are an out away from the victory. 2 gone.
Pregame aviation kickboard, section 205, they've done a fabulous job all evening long. Third base, number 13, Jose Cuevas. Number 13.
Well, here's Jose Cuevas, the final hope for the Bluefish. He is tied for the team lead with 9 home runs on the year. And he leads them with 58 batted in. Again, he's the tying run at the plate, 2 away. And the first pitch foul back to the netting for strike 1. In this game, Cuevas is 0 for 2. He's got a walk, a fly ball to right, and he's reached on a throwing error by the catcher Mike Blank. Ducks lead at 2-0 and out away from earning their 6th split of a doubleheader this year. Most doubleheaders, it seems, are splits. The rarities are the sweeps. So hard to sweep in a twin bill. The 0-1 taken away down the right field line, and now the Ducks a strike away. Those that remain stand up and start the rhythmic clapping, hoping to see a strikeout by Diaz to end the night. Amalio looks into Mike Blank. Wide open stance for Cuevas from the right. Set at the belt. The 0-2 popped up on the infield. The catcher, Mike Blank, in foul territory back behind home plate, cannot make the basket catch. It hit off his glove, and the game remains alive for the Bluefish. Ooh, that is so tough when you're running back towards that screen and it drops over your shoulder. But I had a clear look at that one hitting the glove of Mike Blank and just falling away. So the count remains 0-2 on Cuevas. Game could have been over if Blank held it, but it's new life for Bridgeport. Diaz set at the belt. The 0-2. Bouncing ball to third, and that is foul, and the count holds. So the runner, Marquez, back at first base. Ducks back in position. And Amalio Diaz not giving in. Nothing but strikes so far to Jose Cuevas as the count remains 0-2. Diaz set at the belt. The 0-2 up and in for ball 1 as Cuevas raised his arms over the top of it. Cuevas stretches out a bit. Diaz, the righty, from right in the middle of the rubber, peers home to Mike Blank. Gets his info and comes set. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Amalio Diaz fans Jose Cuevas, and the Ducks have themselves a 2-0 win. Their 11th shutout victory of the season. And Amalio Diaz picks up his 3rd save of the year and earns the Ducks a split of this doubleheader. Again, the final tonight, the Long Island Ducks 2, the Bridgeport Bluefish 0. They are out to congratulate one another, forming the victory handshake line over the infield, and we'll be back to talk about it on the postgame show.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Nick Struck, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun,
every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
Chris King back at Bethpage Ballpark, where the Long Island Ducks have defeated the Bridgeport Bluefish by the final score of 2-0. Again, a twin bill split for Long Island. The 6th time in 10 doubleheaders this year that they have got a split after falling in the opening game 3-2. A nice bounce back tonight for Long Island in the nightcap as they win it 2-0. The only 2 runs of the game for the Ducks came on big 2-out hits in the bottom of the second. An RBI single by Mike Blank that brought home Dan Lyons, and an RBI double by Tyler Colvin that plated Blank. And that is all the offense they would need as 3 different pitchers combined for the 11th shutout win of the season for the Long Island Ducks. But we are going to name lefty starter Jarrett Leverett as our Ducks player of the game. Again, just his second game for Long Island after coming over in a trade for New Britain, and it was his home debut, and all he did tonight was toss 5 innings of 2-hit shutout ball, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts. So congratulations to Jarrett Leverett, our player of the game. We'll take one more break, and when we come back, a quick recap of how it went down tonight. We'll fill you in on the out-of-town scoreboard and preview the week ahead for the Long Island Ducks when we continue from Bethpage Ballpark.
Hey fans, this is infielder Matt Wessinger, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Long Island's Ford Giant is bigger and better than ever. Sayville Ford celebrating the grand opening of their new state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's grand opening celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's grand opening savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
Chris King back one final time to Bethpage Ballpark. We're in this second game of the doubleheader. The Long Island Ducks defeated the Bridgeport Bluefish by the final score of 2-0. Time now for the recap of tonight's game. Ducks got all their runs in the bottom of the second inning as with 1 out, Dan Lyons reached on an infield single. He went to second on a throwing error by the catcher for the Bluefish, Alex Marquez, and then with 2 outs, Mike Blank dumped a single into right field to bring home Lyons and make it a 1-0 game. Blank advanced to second on a throwing error by the right fielder for the Bridgeport Bluefish, Alexis Nina, and that brought up Tyler Colvin, who doubled to the gap in left center, scoring Blank. It would be all the offense the Ducks needed as their pitching would do it the rest of the way. We mentioned Jarrett Leverett, our pitcher of the game, or player of the game for the Ducks, with 5 shutout innings and then 1 shutout inning apiece for Luis Perdomo and Amalio Diaz, as Diaz pitched the 7th inning, I should say, in this 7-inning affair, because Todd Coffey, the closer, had issues with his back. He did allow a leadoff single to Alex Marquez, but he got Anthony Giansanti to pop out to short, and then back-to-back strikeouts of Luis Hernandez and Jose Cuevas to give Long Island the shutout victory, again, their 11th shutout win of the season. The final numbers in this one for the Ducks: 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. They leave 4. For the Bluefish, no runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. They strand 8. The winner is Leverett. He goes to 5-8 and picks up his first win as a Duck. The loser, Span, he drops to 2-1. And Amalio Diaz picked up his 3rd save of the year. The game played in 2 hours and 8 minutes before a crowd of 4,229. So they split the double dip with a victory. The Ducks go to 26-33 in the second half. Their 2-game losing streak comes to an end. With the loss, Bridgeport drops to 30 30-29. Their 2-game winning streak comes to an end. Ducks lead the season series now 12 wins to the Bluefish's 7, and Long Island 1-2, 3 games into this 7-game homestand. Final game of this 4-game series tomorrow night here at Bethpage Ballpark between the Ducks and the Bluefish. We check out the rest of the Atlantic League tonight, and all the other teams atop the Liberty Division. Prior to this, Bluefish lost 1 tonight. Somerset at home, a 4-3 victory over the Skeeters. Patriots have won 4 straight. Sugarland have lost 3 straight. New Britain goes into Lancaster and beats the Barnstormers 3-1. And again, the Bluefish get a split of the doubleheader here. So Somerset remains atop the Liberty Division. The Bridgeport Bluefish 3.5 back. The New Britain Bees now 3.5 back as well. Only game that was still in progress was in the 10th inning, and it's now complete in York as Southern Maryland beats the York Revolution 5-4. So York loses, Sugarland loses. They remain tied atop the Freedom Division, and the battle there to see who will play the York Revolution in the opening round of the Atlantic League playoffs. Big day again for the Mets and Yankees, as earlier today in Cincinnati, the Mets complete the 3-game sweep of the Reds with a 6-3 victory. Tonight, the Yanks beat the Blue Jays, the first-place Blue Jays, for the 3rd straight game. They win it 2-0 in the Bronx, and the Mets got some help from the Pirates, who beat the Cardinals 4-3. So the Mets and St. Louis now tied statistically for that second wild card spot in the National League. So a nice bounce-back effort by the Ducks after they lost the first game 3-2. They win it 2-0. It should set up a dandy tomorrow night here. As check out this pitching matchup. Righty Jonathan Albaladejo for the Bluefish, the former New York Yankee, leads the league with 13 wins. He's 13-6 with a 4.42 ERA, so he will go for his league-leading 14th win tomorrow night, and he will be opposed by one of the funnest pitchers to watch right now in the Atlantic League for Long Island, the lefty knuckleballer Daniel Herrera, who will go with a 2-1 record and a 6.15 earned run average. So that should be a terrific one. Again, the Ducks are trying to earn the split of the 4-game series. Bluefish trying to win the series, and it is Irish night with a special appearance by Tommy Dreamer of the WWE. Again, that'll close out the 4-game set against the Bluefish, and then York is here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So a good night for the Ducks. Didn't start out well on Bark in the Park night as they dropped the opener 3-2, but they do a nice job in the nightcap to come up with the 2-0 victory. That'll do it from here. Once again, the final scores from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. In the first game of our doubleheader, it was the Bridgeport Bluefish 3 and the Long Island Ducks 2. But in the second game, the Flock shuts out the Fish by the final score of 2-0. We do invite you to join us for our next Long Island Ducks broadcast. That'll be tomorrow night when the Ducks host the Bluefish in the finale of this 4-game set. The pregame show starts at 6:20, the first pitch scheduled for 6:35. And, of course, you'll hear it all right here on Long Island's home for Ducks Baseball, liducks.com and youtube.com/ducksbaseball. For my partner, David Weiss, I'm Chris King saying thanks so much for listening. We'll do it all over again tomorrow night. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday evening, everybody, and good night from the Duck Pond.